He's talking noise, I think.
Oh, and he hit himself. That one bounced out.
And then it's, yeah, baby, I got it. Who'd I get? Wham! Ouch!
The 1-1. Bautista drives it. Deep left field. Gone!
They call me Joey Bats. And check him out. Stares down Dyson, and then he flips the bat the way Drake drops the mic.
Did you have a problem with Jose Bautista flipping his bat?
We were the get-off-the-lawn guy.
He's doing stuff that, kids do on backyard baseball, and it shouldn't be done.
The bat flip heard around the world.
I guess what everybody wants to know is where'd I come up with who do you think you are? I am. What I really wanted to say was, who do you think you are rooting against me? I'm the man of this tournament. That's what I really wanted to say, but as everybody knows, who do you think you are? I am.
And we're all thankful that the line came out the way it did, as it gave us our #1 celebration. That's our show. It's time for us to go celebrate. We'll see you again next time.
I don't want to embarrass myself anymore.
CTV tonight. There are so many more big celebrities in the hot seat. Will they have the smarts to go all the way?
Oh, Anthony.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on a new day. Tonight at 8, 9 Mountain, only on CTV. Then stream anytime.
This here was good. Don't blink. Hey, babe. Yeah, yeah.
Of the year, and it's a coming-up party for Nick Dembski, #6 pick in the 2015 draft. Virgie Miala with his first Canadian Football League major.
Taylor Loeffler with the lick.
Oh, what a catch! Did you see that from Sean Thomas Erlington?
You tell me, don't shut off the TV.
It has been an off-season unlike any other, but for one night at least, we won't be talking about pandemics or financing. Tonight, it is all about hopes and dreams, and at the end of the night, 73 young men will be extremely happy. It is the 2020 Canadian Football League draft, and we invite you into our living rooms, along with David Sanchez, Dave Naylor, and Dwayne Ford. I'm Farhan Lalji, and before we get things started, we do want to wish a special thank you to all the healthcare workers across this country who are doing so much to keep all of us safe. We thank you for your sacrifice, and we hope that better days are ahead for all of us. And on a much less serious topic, I do want to ask all of you before we get started, how many of you are wearing pants? Because we know the country is absolutely riveted by that question. So many questions heading into this draft, guys, and let's start with the depth in the draft. And Dwayne, we'll start with you, and I know that we've had so much discussion about the top end of this draft and the number of players that are going to begin their careers in the National Football League. So maybe the top end isn't there, but there is so much depth in this draft, potentially starting players in the 3rd or 4th round. Where is the depth as you see it?
Yeah, I think that it's an overall thing, Farhan, and it's bang on that it's not necessarily at the top end, but that there will be value as you get to the middle rounds of this draft. I think at the offensive line position, you're going to get some of that, not in terms of immediate starters, but in terms of guys who can develop into that over the course of a couple of years. At the defensive line position, and, not just defensive tackles, but the non-traditional defensive end spot, we're starting to see more and more guys with that level of athleticism to play there. And I think the same thing applies to the linebackers in this group. An intriguing group of linebackers have a chance to make an impact in the Canadian Football League with their athleticism early in their careers.
And Davis, we talk about athletes versus football players, and the athletes really get to show out at the combine. There was no combine this year, so how does that affect the selection and evaluation process?
Yeah, the biggest thing is having guys move out of their comfort zone. So, example, some of these linebackers that look like they'll play different spots. So, halfbacks are going to be playing will linebackers, a couple examples of those. Offensive linemen, we have the majority of the tackles in this draft would likely be guards at the pro level. So seeing those guys move into those positions, the coaches putting them there and seeing how they adjust, they don't have the ability to do that. That's the biggest adjustment for me.
And Dave, usually there's so much trade buzz going into these final few moments before the draft gets started, but with so much uncertainty out there, has there been much trade talk?
You know, talking to teams this afternoon, it was more exploratory, or somebody may have been fishing or trolling to see what was out there, but it didn't sound like there was a lot of imminent activity. And I think part of that is just everybody's a little unsure what they might be trading up for. I mean, just not having that up-close experience. Is a guy 6 feet or is he 5'11"? And I also think in this draft class, there's a lot of players that have a lot of upside, but they might have some downside as well, just in sort of in general. So it appears, and we'll see, that this may be a year where there's a lot less of teams moving from one position to another during the course of the draft.
Now, most years we're all together at the TSN set in front of the panel. Randy Ambrosie is generally with us as commissioner. He's not here tonight as far as selecting picks is concerned, but he does have a message to open the draft.
Good evening, and welcome to the CFL Draft, a live sporting event. How awesome is that? I want you to know we miss you, and like you, we can't wait for training camp, for kickoff, and for our stadiums to come alive again. But we will. We'll wait until the experts tell us it's time, because we not only miss you, we love you, and we want you and your families to be safe and healthy. We've all been reminded just how fragile life can be. Our hearts go out to Atlantic Canada, a special part of our CFL family. We are with you. Even in the face of something so senseless and terrible, your incredible beauty is shining through. Our thoughts are also with those who have lost someone they love to COVID-19. We thank everyone working on the front lines, the truck drivers and couriers and grocery store employees on the supply chain. Tonight you're going to hear how you can join the fight against hunger, thanks to a special initiative from the CFL and Purolator Tackle Hunger. Please, if you can, give, and we know from experience you will. Thank you to the nurses, the doctors, orderlies, social workers, everyone in our healthcare system. That big H on the side of every hospital, it also stands for heroes. Thank you, too, to our leaders, the mayors and premiers, and our Prime Minister who are guiding us through this crisis, and to all of you, for the sacrifices you are making in your life to keep you and your community safe. This pandemic has affected all of us, and it's affecting the CFL. But we're committed to the future, and a bright future at that. We're doing all we can to weather this storm, and we appreciate you, our fans, sticking with us. COVID-19 can make us stay at home. It can make us postpone things we love to do, but it cannot cancel our spirit, our hopes, and our dreams. Tonight is a dream come true for a group of wonderful young athletes. Their opportunity to join the CFL to compete to put their name on the Grey Cup. Good luck to them and the families who have supported them and the coaches who have made them better. I guarantee you that tonight, these talented prospects are looking forward. And this is our chance to do the same. To look forward to football, forward to fun, forward to the day we come together again in our stadiums. And that day is coming because we are getting through this. And when it arrives, man, we are going to celebrate. We are going to celebrate our great game. We're going to celebrate each other, Canadians, fans and friends, together again, together at last. And no one will be more excited that day than the young men drafted tonight. And let's not keep them waiting any longer. It is an absolute honor to get the 2020 CFL Draft started by saying, Calgary Stampeders, you're on the clock.
Great message. Thank you for that, Commissioner. And let's take a look at the draft in the Calgary Stampeders with the first overall pick. For the first time since 2014, Toronto and BC round out the top three. And for the Argos, they, along with Hamilton, have 2 picks in the first round. Montreal and Winnipeg do not pick until round 2. And let's take a look at the Calgary projected starting lineups as far as Canadians are concerned. That, along with the notable backups, are looking right now at 3 potential starting linemen. You've got Herji Mayala, who they took in the first round last year, projected as a starting receiver. Potentially some depth for Derek Wigan and Royce Metchie, maybe a linebacker we're talking about. And, you know, when you look at this team, Nate Hawley, that situation is also going to affect potentially what happens in the draft here. Well, wouldn't you know it? We were just talking about trades, and the Calgary Stampeders have made a trade with the British Columbia Lions. The Lions move up from 3-1. Calgary moves down. We'll get you the details if there are any more of that trade, but the BC Lions are now on the clock as we look ahead to that. And, you know, we'll go to you, Dave, first, and I want to ask you about just the mechanics of this type of trade right now, because if you're the BC Lions, you've got a lot of needs on the defensive side of the ball. But again, a lot of uncertainty with who could potentially go there. Who do you think they're targeting at this stage, Dave?
Well, it's interesting. I would think that it might be Jordan Williams as a player, that we've talked about, that may be the guy that they're after. And I think one of the things for the BC Lions, if you look at the disappointment that they came up of last season, signing Mike Riley, all the expectations, and then finishing last. There's so many players in this draft that are going to be developmental, that are going to be guys that are 2 or 3 years away. Again, bearing in mind we're not sure there's going to be a season, but the BC Lions need to win now. I mean, they need somebody who can step in and give them a presence right away. And we've talked about how Jordan Williams may be the most pro-ready player in this draft.
Now, here's so the details of the trade. The BC Lions have traded their first and their 15th picks, 15th in the second round, for Calgary's third pick, it's Calgary's first pick, BC's third pick, BC's 12th pick, also going the other way. So a swap of picks and spots in both the first and the second round. Again, Calgary's first and 15th go to BC. BC's third and 12th go to Calgary. And we've all been talking about Jordan Williams, Dwayne. And when you look at Jordan Williams, the Alex Singleton comparison is an easy one, because here's a guy that we didn't know about. He's been kind of floating around the outskirts of landing a full-time spot in football. But when you look at Alex Singleton, Singleton was on practice rosters. He was in preseasons. You look at a guy like Jordan Williams, he really hasn't played in 2 years. Are the comparisons that similar?
I think that parts of them are fair and parts aren't. And you hit the nail on the head in terms of Singleton being very active in terms of NFL workouts and so on before he entered the CFL draft in 2016. He had been out of college for a year, but was trying out in the National Football League. Jordan Williams obviously has kept himself in terrific shape and was working out for teams. Very nearly joined the Ottawa Red Blacks practice roster during the 2019 season as an American prior to getting his Canadian citizenship. So in that sense, I think it's fair. And one thing to remember, Alex Singleton didn't start until about halfway through his rookie year. So, you know, with Jordan Williams, I think it's realistic to think, given his situation, if he's projected as a starter, it may take some time for him to get up to speed in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, I figured there wasn't going to be a lot of trade action early in this draft. Yeah, Farhan. I figured there wasn't going to be a lot of trade action early in this draft, but, you know, because of the uncertainty and a lot of uncertainty at the top of this draft, it's evident that BC had a bullseye on who they wanted. It's got to be Jordan Williams, that middle linebacker spot. He is the one guy, I think you've called him a unicorn, Farhan, and he's that guy that he's got to be the number one guy. And there is some uncertainty up top, but he is a special athlete, and I think the Lions realized that, and that's why they jumped up to get him.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the Lions selection. It was a difficult season for the BC Lions last year. They missed the playoffs. They made a number of changes at the coaching positions. What did they come up with their top pick?
Nice bluff, Eric. You bluffed your way out of that one. Your poker ready. Download
Here we go. Lions did not have a first-round pick a year ago due to a trade, but since then, the first round has not been kind to this team. They had 2 picks in 2017, 2 picks in 2018. The majority of those have not worked out. Peter Godber's still on the team, but he missed most of last year with an injury. In fact, since 2014, only 1 player out of 6 that the Lions have taken in the first round, that's back Hunter Stewart in 2013. Only 1 player since then is still on the Lions' active roster. So they need to get the first round right. And with the first overall pick in the 2020 CFL draft, the BC Lions have in fact selected linebacker Jordan Williams from East Carolina University. Dwayne?
Well, when you look at Jordan Williams, you are talking about one of the absolute elite athletes in this draft. Williams is a guy who at the Ontario Combine ran a 4.48 40-yard dash. That was the fastest time posted. He did that weighing 220 pounds. So outrunning receivers, outrunning defensive backs, outrunning running backs. This guy can absolutely fly. Finished in the top 5 in all of the athletic tests. So this is what makes him unique when you talk about Canadian linebackers, is this is a guy who can absolutely fly sideline to sideline. He's going to get all over the field, Ches.
Yeah, and that Canadian talent in British Columbia has underproduced over the last few years. That's just simple and plain. You want to look at the problems with the BC Lions, it's the talented guys. And let's start up front. Let's just be plain and simple. Let's start up front with that offensive line. They have talent. They've underproduced. What this does is now you have a bona fide middle linebacker, Canadian, that's going to start. It's going to give you a little flexibility and push those guys in the interior of that offensive line to fight for those spots. Now, also, you have possibly three Canadian receivers. Not likely if that's going to happen, but you do have that option, and that gives you the flexibility to be strong up front where you need to be to protect the Mike Riley, your franchise guy.
You know, the BC Lions consider him the best athlete for his size in this draft, and they like his physical presence as well. And you know, if you were to talk about the definition of a ratio buster that we talk about all the time in the Canadian Football League, that's a guy who could play in the league even if he wasn't a Canadian. Well, the Ottawa Redblacks wanted Jordan Williams to play in the league last year as an American, and once they learned, of course, that his mother was Canadian, he goes and gets his citizenship and enters the draft. So that's a pretty good indication of the quality of the player they're getting, and it looks like the ratio buster is going to be in the middle of the BC Lions defense.
So we have our first move with that trade. Now let's go to the Toronto Argos, who have the second pick in the draft right now. And the Argos have added some pretty good Canadians. Johan Breskusen at the receiving spot definitely is one of those. You look at their offensive line, they needed to get younger a year ago. They were able to do that. Phil Blake still older, but Campbell and Richards certainly younger. Natea Jay added. Chris Aki, Bola Combo at the linebacker and defensive back positions. So they're much better as far as their Canadians are concerned now than they were a year ago. John Murphy and Michael Pinball Clemens have done a pretty good job there. But when you look at this team needs, what jumps out at you, Dwayne?
Well, there are a couple of things for me. I would first of all like to see the Argos get a little bit deeper and add a little bit to that offensive line. They've started the process of turnover. You talked about that. But they're pretty young there. So they have a chance to bring in another young guy and bring that group along together. Phil Blake obviously being looked at as the anchor. I think as well, when you flip it over, look at the defensive line as well. They don't have a lot of numbers signed to their defensive line. They want to make sure that they're strong there, whether it's starters or just in terms of rotation guys, Ches.
Yeah, their great work in free agency set them up for this position right now. To get Bolo Combo, Chris Aki, Calhoun, all those guys, they have flexibility, so that gives them some pieces on the defensive side of the ball. Defensive line, I'm with you, 40. I think they go defensive line. There's no depth there. There's no bona fide starter there, but there is guys like Robbie Smith who can come in there and possibly compete. So I think they go defensive line, but their free agency sets them up in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, it was clear to see what the Toronto Argonauts' #1 priority was during the winter as they went over and upgraded their Canadian talent as well. But when you mention the offensive line, I mean, you think of it, this is a team that's come through 2 pretty tough seasons. But if we went back to 2 years ago, they had Sean McEwen and Chris Van Zyl, 2 of the best Canadian offensive linemen at their respective positions of tackle and center in this league. Those guys have both moved on. They, of course, moved on from Van Zyl themselves, and he went on and had a great season in Hamilton last year. And then, of course, Sean McEwen going via free agency to the Calgary Stampeders. So that's 2 pretty big holes just in terms of both guys that are starters. And, of course, when you lose your starters, guys have to move up, so it thins your depth out as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go offensive line here.
And let's take a look at the last 5 picks for the Toronto Argos. When you look at it, Shane Richards, #1 overall last year along the offensive line. The year before that, Ryan Hunter as well, who began his career in the NFL, and he's still there right now in Kansas City. No pick in 2017. Brian Jones, a receiver, 4th overall in 2016. And then Sean McEwen, who started for Toronto, but now went home to Calgary before the start of this season. And Dave, one situation that I find fascinating with this is the TJ Jones situation, because when you look at Toronto, they were able to sign him to a $200,000 contract. He's a Canadian. He spent the last 5 years in the National Football League. He wanted to come up here and play in Canada. That deal is still pending. It hasn't been put through by the league yet. The league and the Players Association are still trying to work through that on how to get that approved under the new CBA. Certainly when they signed him, they thought he was going to be a ratio changer for them. They've got 2 Canadians currently penciled in the receiving corps for their ratio, but how does that situation play into this? Because you've got some Canadian receivers, including a guy like Dejon Brissett, who's out there waiting from Toronto. His brother plays for the Raptors. Might that factor in at all because of TJ Jones?
It's a really, you talk about all the uncertainty the teams are facing, and the Toronto Argonauts have another layer of this. We reported on this back in late February, Farhan, what feels like an eternity ago, that the TJ Jones, they had signed him for a deal worth $200,000 a season, but because he's a 5-year NFL veteran, that's what he was expecting to make. There's a restriction on what quote-unquote rookie Canadians can make in this league. He's not a professional rookie. He would be a CFL rookie. That's still being sorted out between the Players Association and the league.
And the Toronto Argos have made their selection with the 2nd pick of the 1st round in the 2020 draft. The Argos do in fact select receiver Dejon Brissett from the University of Virginia.
Well, and in Dejon Brissett, you're getting a guy who was probably the #1 receiver on most teams' boards. He's coming back from injury a couple years ago in his junior season at Richmond, a member of the Richmond Spiders. He had an absolute monster season. People were looking forward to his senior year. He suffered a foot injury that kept him out, so he took an injury redshirt. Transfers to the University of Virginia looking to get a little bit more exposure on a bigger stage in what would then be his senior year, his draft year. But as he's trying to come back from the injury, wasn't able to get back to 100% and up to speed, never really found his groove with the Cavaliers. But he seems like he's healthy now, a local guy from nearby Mississauga, Ontario. In fact, attended the same high school in Mississauga before moving to the States as another Argo acquisition this offseason, Juwan Breskison. Basketball guy, keeping it in the family, as you mentioned. His brother O'Shea, a member of the Raptors. So there's a marketing opportunity there as well. But again, getting another Canadian receiver, adding to a deep group.
Every football player thinks they're a hooper, and every hooper thinks they can play ball. Brissett, depending on what happens with TJ Jones, you get Breskison in the offseason, Natea Jay as well. You have some really nice Canadian receivers. I like this move. This is a guy who will go across the middle. He's got a big body, and you see on film a guy that can go up vertically, make those plays downfield in the vertical pass game. And then, boom, you flip the switch, and you see him back there returning punts. You know he could do everything you need him to do. That means that in that quick, Jarius Jackson like to get the ball out in those quick screen game as well. So this is a guy that you look at his film, he looks like he could do everything that a receiver needs to do, probably line up outside of the X position. But this is a good pick and a guy that I think could do some things early because he's polished.
Yeah, this is a dynamic player. I mean, this is a guy who can get the ball in his hands, and he's going to make plays. And if you look at the Toronto Argonauts over the last, I'm going to say 5 seasons, their Canadian receivers have been more the possession type, not the type that you could throw him a 5-yard pass and he's going to turn it into 35. It's really been a weakness in terms of that athleticism, those dynamic qualities. And as you mentioned, if they are able to secure TJ Jones, them adding Juwan Breskison, Natea Jay as well, adding Brissett, I mean, all of a sudden you've gone from, I say, a very unathletic group of receivers to all of a sudden guys that could have a lot of dynamic qualities.
Let's take a look at the Calgary Stampeders, who now have the 3rd pick in the draft. We took a brief look at this earlier, but let's take a look at their Canadian content. And when you look at their offensive line, there are potentially some depth needs there, because you look at guys like Shane Bergman and Brad Erdos, who have had some injury issues over the last couple of years. Receiver, they lost Juwan Brescison. They're not going to get the linebacker they want at the top, because we know they traded down and Jordan Williams is gone. But defensive line could be an area, because you've got Derek Wigan, who's penciled in as a starter, but they don't have a lot of depth there. Dwayne, what do you see?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's about depth. When you look at guys that they've lost in terms of Canadians from that defensive line in recent years, it's left them a little bit thin. And so the anticipation would be that at some point in the draft that offers some good defensive linemen, that's where they're going to go. This could be the time. Yeah,
John Huffnagel, Dave Dickinson, you offensive guys, you've gotten some offensive guys the last few years in the draft. Go ahead and help out Brett Munson and get him a defensive guy and defensive line. Looks to be the plays. Let's see if Huff and Dave share the wealth and get Brett Munson a defensive guy at this pick.
Well, you mentioned Wigan, of course, Connor McGuff, who they picked up through free agency, who was a high pick of the Hamilton Tiger Cats. So they've got a guy who's a starter. They've got another body there. A lot of times, as we see, teams are going to build clusters around those positions where they've got starting Canadians, and defensive line is a position that's got a lot of attention in terms of speculation around the Calgary Stampeders heading into this draft.
And the Calgary Stampeders have made their pick. The 3rd pick of the 2020 CFL draft is defensive end Isaac Adeyemi Berglund from Southeast Louisiana University. Dwayne?
Yeah, Adeyemi Berglund from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, becomes just the 6th player from Nova Scotia to go in the first round of this draft in about the last 30 years. He's had an absolutely remarkable journey, really peaked over the course of his last 2 years at Southeastern Louisiana. After moving from linebacker to the defensive end spot, 13.5 sacks in the last 2 years for Adeyemi Berglund, in double figures in tackles for loss over the last 2 years as well. People absolutely rave about this young man's character, and terrific. A student of the game, always well prepared, a good repertoire of pass rush moves. He's not the biggest guy at about 6'1", 245, 250 pounds, but he's got a great motor and gets up the field, Davis.
Yeah, he's not the biggest guy. What I see that jumps out are the sacks, and you talked about the production, 40. The sacks he's getting, he's winning, and anyone can get hustle sacks. We appreciate them, but whether they're cover sack or hustle sacks, his sacks, he's flat out beating people, and he's not beating bums. He's beating SEC tackles. This guy's got pass rush moves, and that's why he's the first D lineman taken. He's the guy who's going to get to the quarterback. He's a little bit light, like we talked about, but in today's CFL, guys are rotating all over the place, especially at the defensive line.
Yeah, the Calgary Stampeders love his effort. They love his energy. And as you mentioned, Davis, they saw him playing against great competition. And that's part of what really impressed them in this one. I had a phone call this afternoon with former CFL quarterback Kerry Joseph, who is on the staff at Southeast Louisiana. He said to me, he said, during the season, or at some point in his career, he went to him and said, you can have a long career in the Canadian Football League. You can play 10 years up there. You can make a lot of money. There's great opportunities for him. And, they talked about this. The other thing Kerry Joseph told me is that he aspires to be a doctor. And, we all know about Laurent Duvernay-Tardif in the National Football League. But this is another guy who may decide to pursue a medical career during the CFL offseason. So an academic All-American and a guy who can get to the quarterback.
Adeyemi Berglund didn't just sack anybody this year. He sacked the Heisman Trophy winner Joe Burrow 3 times in a game. An amazing accomplishment. He now gets into the Battle of Alberta. His opponent from Edmonton makes their pick.
For those missing their daily Tim's run, we're making
Edmonton Eskimos would go, again, in order to try and add depth. They know that they win with that depth up front. Matt O'Donnell, a veteran guy, getting a little older. He's got some years left, but getting a little bit older, that they want to make sure that they've got some offensive line help in that pipeline for sure.
Yeah, I don't see any pressing needs on the Canadian side for this team. So that's in a good position. You're able now to pick the best player available. They lost a lot of import talent in free agency. So getting whoever they need right now, I think it'll be someone that's the best player available and not necessarily picking for need, which is a good position to be in.
Yeah, I think best player available is the way Brock Sunderland, the general manager of the Eskimos, likes to approach these things. And when you've got a team where you've got 4 Canadians starting on one side of the ball and 3 starting on the other side of the ball, that allows you to do the best available because you've got so many different options of where you can bring in a Canadian player to compete for a starting spot or to be a primary backup early in his career.
And the Eskimos have made their pick with the 4th selection. Brock Sunderland's crew takes Tomas Jack Kurdilla from the University of Buffalo, offensive lineman.
Well, and with this, I think you satisfy a couple of things. I think that you do get the best player available, the most immediate source of help available. You're talking about a guy who is considered one of the 2 most pro-ready offensive linemen in this draft, the other being Carter O'Donnell, who is signed with the NFL's Indianapolis Colts. So this is a guy who's going to be here on day 1, is going to compete. Now, he's small in the land of the land of trees that is the Edmonton Eskimos offensive line at 6'3", just over 300 pounds. But this is a guy who is not going to overwhelm you physically, but a very good football player, playing on a University of Buffalo offensive line that was among the best in Division I football. And again, when you talk about being pro-ready, this is a guy who has been a 4-year starter at that level since he was a true freshman, Ches.
Yeah, and you mentioned Carter O'Donnell and being pro-ready. I thought this was a pick that they might go Carter O'Donnell just because they don't need any, there's no immediate need for a national to start right now, but that just tells me how much they like this young man. Low man wins is what they say on the offensive line, and watch this gentleman play. He's consistently got great leverage, and he's playing, pull up the film. They played Penn State, and they got NFL defensive linemen this year at Penn State. They came out this year at Penn State. So he's more than holding his own against these guys. He is pro-ready, and he'll step in and compete right away.
Yeah, and I think absolutely what we saw the Edmonton Eskimos just do right now is go with best player available. And again, they're starting 3 Canadians on the offensive line, so this gives them some depth, gives them some flexibility. But they love the things that you guys talked about. A 4-year starter. There aren't that many Canadians that are 4-year starters at an NCAA Division I school, and they believe that he'll be able to come in and compete right away because he has that label, as you guys suggested, pro-ready.
Next up, the 5th pick, the Hamilton Ticats, who have picked twice in the first round for the 3rd time in the last 5 years. Let's take a look at their Canadian content. Right now, they're built with 4 potential starting offensive linemen that are Canadian. Sean Thomas Arlington. How about this? An 8th round pick is now projected as a starter 2 years later. Great selection there. Tunde Adeleke at safety and Laurent at tackle. Not necessarily a lot behind Laurent in terms of depth needs there. When you also look at wide receiver, they might be the only team in the league right now that doesn't list a receiver as a potential starter. Potential needs to upgrade there, and they just lost their kicker to the NFL, Dwayne. Is that an area of need? Where should the Ticats go right now?
Yeah, they've got some options, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Hamilton Tiger Cats do with a couple of first-round picks. Here you mentioned the kicking situation. This is a draft that's deep in kickers. You've got some high-end guys. There are opportunities there. Obviously, the receiver spot where traditionally they have started a guy, Mike Jones, a free agent who is not on that roster anymore, so they find themselves a little unproven there. Also a little bit thin at linebacker, so plenty of options. And, you know, we've talked a lot about the defensive line as a position of depth in this draft and a place certainly that the Hamilton Tiger Cats could look.
Yeah, it looks to be a receiver spot to me when I look at this, but remember, Mark Chapman, the first overall pick for the Ticats, never even played pro football, decided to go on and have a music career as a music producer, what he wanted to do, realizing that that's maybe a much more glamorous life. But the reality here is a receiver is a spot for Hamilton. They're loaded with Canadian talent. I think it's not going to be a kicker, Dwayne Ford. You're the first fullback to ever mention a kicker in the first round. But I think wide receiver here is the play for the Ticats.
Yeah, Davis, when you talk about them not having an elite Canadian receiver, when you think of how good the Ticats were, particularly during the second half of last season, rolling right up to the Grey Cup, I mean, it's unusual that we would see a CFL team that's that good without an elite Canadian receiver. So that's certainly a need for them. They can also go to the defensive line and say where Ted Laurent has been a mainstay for them, and they're looking to build some depth behind him as well.
Let's take a look at what the Stampeders have done with Drew Allemang running their draft for the last 5 years. Jesse Gibbon, taken second overall a year ago, on the verge of starting. Darius Sirocco in 2018, starting. 2016, Brandon Revenberg, starting. Obviously, things didn't work out as well with Mark Chapman, the first overall pick in 2018, but, the first overall pick, but they've had a very successful first round going forward. Drew Allemang's done a fantastic job, and I would imagine he will do very well. They typically hit in the first round, and with the first pick for Hamilton in the first round, fifth overall, the Hamilton Ticats select Coulter Woodmansey from the University of Guelph offensive line.
Now, I'll tell you, Coulter Woodmansey is a guy that grew on me more and more the more I watched him. This is a guy who physically looks like a Canadian Football League guard right now. He's a man. He's a big, strong, physical guy with a little bit of a nasty streak. Finishes his blocks every time and relishes the opportunity to do that. An all-conference player in the OUA this year, and a great work ethic. This was a kid who in high school weighed upwards of 350 pounds, was challenged to get his weight down if he wanted to have an opportunity to go as far as he could in the game of football, and has worked his tail off over the course of 4 years to do that, and puts himself here in the first round of the Canadian Football League draft.
Yeah, add him to Sirocco, Revenberg, and Gibbon. Now you're building that core for your future. We know franchise quarterbacks and good, young, talented offensive linemen. That's how you build a CFL roster. Once again, they're doing that in Hamilton. I like this pick.
The attributes that teams love in offensive linemen they found in this player: toughness, aggressiveness, power. And here's another thing that you hear a lot of times that teams want to know about a player during the draft process. Does this guy love the game? How much does he love football? That was certainly the impression that he gave off during the draft process, that he is committed to and loves playing football.
The Ticats had the best record in the regular season last year, and they've added to it in free agency. They do so again with the top pick. Let's see what Ottawa does with the 6th pick coming up next.
Saturdays happen. Pain. $12 hours. When pain happens, Alleviate. Fast acting, long lasting.
Nora and Jay shopped for their home insurance in just minutes. Rick found the cheapest car insurance rate online. Do they have the right coverage? Before the quote, get expert advice. For home, car, or business, talk to an insurance broker first. Visit beforethequote.ca.
The Rio Mare tuna, eating well Italian style, is easy. High-quality tuna combined with our finest olive oil, being tender and solid. With its unique aroma and taste, enjoy the difference. Rio Mare tuna, real Italian taste.
20 years ago, a little friend of ours got a lot of attention from Canadians. The idea of a tiny hippo that could actually be living in our homes got us talking about how easy it is to be fooled by what we see. Today, the internet is full of things that look just as real. In our digital world, we need to think smarter and double-check before we believe anything we see. Find out how at breakthefake.ca.
So when I see the great price badge on Auto Trader, I know I'm going to get the best price that there is.
When I'm buying a car and I see a great price badge, I trust it.
When I see a great price badge, I know that I can trust it.
Guys, what's the matter?
I heard there were fleas out here.
And ticks. And mosquitoes.
Listen up, scaredy cats. We all have canine Advantix 2 to protect us. It kills fleas, ticks, and mosquitoes, too.
The new Roasted Garlic King at Burger King with 2 flame grilled
The Ottawa Redblacks had the worst team in the Canadian Football League a year ago. As a result, they've got a new head coach, a new defensive coordinator, and a new starting quarterback. Here's what their Canadian content looks like, and one thing we know is they have got plenty of quality offensive linemen, but they might have some needs in some other areas, potentially wide receiver, potentially running back as well. Now, Dwayne, General Manager Marcel Desjardins always tries to take us down the road that maybe this year he's not going to take an offensive lineman. Usually we fall for the bait. He takes an O-lineman anyway. Is that going to happen again?
I think this is finally the year that Marcel breaks the streak, but you're absolutely right. Every year, one way or another, they have used that first-round pick going back to 2013, the year before they came into the league, on offensive line. But they've got a lot of money invested there with a number of first-round picks that I think they look in a different place. I think they have to look to the defensive side of the ball, whether you think defensive line, added some depth there, added a quality guy in Cleon Lang. They are thin at linebacker in terms of depth in the special teams bodies that provides as well. But I do think that they need to lean probably towards the defensive side of the ball to beef up here.
Yeah, they do have the 10th pick as well, so coming up shortly, another pick. But I could see defense, I could see wide receiver as well here, but I think the defensive side of the ball is where they go right now as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you look at the offensive line class in this year's draft, there may not be a guy who's still available that's of the class of the players that Ottawa has been able to select in the first round over the last several years, guys that have stepped in and been able to contribute for them right away. They could use a receiver, they could use a running back. There's several places on defense as well, maybe defensive line and maybe defensive back, of course, because Antoine Pruneau is their starting safety.
Here's a look at what Ottawa has done the last 5 years. It's been all offensive linemen, and since they came back to the league 7 years ago, 6 times they've taken an offensive lineman in the first round. And in 2014, when they didn't, they traded to get an offensive lineman to go down when they took Pruneau. And what's most impressive about all of that, all of those linemen they've taken since 2013 are still on the Ottawa roster. So certainly Marcel Desjardins has done well there in terms of identifying sustainable players that can stay with the team for a long time. Now, they have managed to make their selection here with the 6th spot, and it is not an offensive lineman. Adam Auclair, defensive back / linebacker from Laval.
Yeah, and that's an important slash, Farhan. This is a guy that I consider the most versatile player in this draft, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. a lot of debate. Is he a linebacker? Is he a free safety? Took most of his snaps as a will linebacker last year, but when you watch his film, you see him blitzing, you see him playing the run, you see him dropping back to help out in coverage. He does a little bit of everything, and that to me is a fit when you look at the multiple looks of today's CFL defenses. You want interchangeable parts, and at the very least, you're getting a guy who is going to be maybe the best special teams player in this entire draft. But in terms of his upside, he's got that Laval background. You're talking about a guy ready to contribute in one way or another, and who you can probably plug and play and get some contributions out of on defense very early on in his career.
Yeah, Dwayne, I raved to you about this young man. Adam Auclair is a gamer. I saw his film the first time, and I started dialing people up right away and saying, have you seen this kid? His maturity in pass defense as a collegiate man is impressive. He gets into his drops, he reads routes, his timing on blitzes is excellent. Look at the CFL, and you mentioned it, 40. He's the guy to come in. It's going to be a will backer spot. It's not going to be a safety spot. I believe it's that will, which is really a nickel linebacker, and he's going to blitz. He's going to drop into coverage. He's going to do a whole lot of things to give you flexibility. I love this pick. I love Adam Auclair. He's a great football player.
You know, the things that really struck Ottawa about Adam Auclair, one, he's a great athlete. Two would be the versatility, that he can play multiple places all over the field, as you suggested, Chezzy, and be able to contribute that way, in part because of his athleticism and instincts for the game. And they see that he's a guy who would be able to contribute immediately on special teams right away as a rookie. So lots of upside on this pick for the Ottawa Redblacks.
Yeah, I think Mike Benavides is going to be awfully happy with that selection. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Rider Nation and their projected Canadian starters. And they ran into some injury issues last year along the offensive line. Labatt missed most of the season after a preseason car accident. Dan Clark had injury issues the previous year. Dakota Shepley, a great pick for them 2 years ago. Potentially, they need some backups there. They lost Darius Bladdock and Phil Blake and brought back Josiah St. John. They may need some help at defensive line, potentially at linebacker behind Cameron Judge, and some additional special teams depth. So when we look at Saskatchewan, who had a very good year last year, they win the West, best record in the West. Dwayne, where should they look first?
Yeah, there are a number of options, I think, for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in this draft. You look at the offensive line, yeah, a chance to add some young depth to that group. You look at the defensive line, they've got some guys there, but really all interior guys with the exception of Jordan Reeves. They don't have anybody who can play the end spot. So you may look for an athletic guy who can help get in your rotation at defensive end. And the possibility, depending on who's there, who they like at linebacker, you could consider that as well when you've got Cameron Judge as a starter, a guy who became so important to their defense last year. They want to make sure that they're positioned to maintain that as a Canadian spot as well.
When you're trying to fill your Canadian roster and you look up and you have Zach Evans and Judge at linebacker and Mike Edem, those three starters on your defense, makes it a whole lot easier to build the rest of your roster when you have three top-end Canadians like those guys just to start a foundation. So they have a lot of flexibility with this selection.
You know, you look at their offensive line, and a year ago they had Phil Blake, they had Darius Bladdock. You know, both those guys are no longer there. When you're talking about two, one younger player and one a little older player, that I could see them going offensive line to try to build some depth there in those players' absence.
Let's take a look at the last 5 picks for Saskatchewan. They went receiver last year with Justin McInnes. As we mentioned, in 18, Dakota Shepley has done a fantastic job for them. He was taken 5th overall. Cam Judge in as a starter. Josiah St. John didn't work out the first time. Potentially it works out the second time. Nick Dembski, meanwhile, was taken 6th. He had some good years in Saskatchewan before making the move back home to Winnipeg. So as we continue with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, when you look at this team, Dwayne, they seem to have a lot of good stuff in terms of their starters and just kind of where they are there, but a number of depth spots in a number of areas. When you look at the best players available, if you feel you have need in 3 or 4 areas, you're just going to take at that point the best player who might fit one of those spots. Who is the best player available right now at the 7th pick in the draft in the first round?
Well, honestly, there are a number of names you can talk about when you look at different positions. You could talk about a linebacker like Jack Cassar as a possibility out of Carleton, a tackling machine, a guy who maybe is a good fit in behind Cameron Judge at that spot. You may look to one of the National Football League signees at this point when you truly talk about best player. People think Carter O'Donnell is the most likely guy to stay there for an extended period of time, but maybe you look at a guy like Michael Hoyt, terrific defensive lineman from Brown. Yes, you might be waiting, but if things pan out from a Canadian Football League point of view, maybe you get one of the top players in the draft sooner than you think.
Yeah, there has been some conversation also, possibly Eli Buka playing the corner. So do you look at possibly Dequoy as a cornerback to come in and with Eli Buka and play that corner and have two Canadians in your secondary? That's also a possibility.
And the pick is in. The Saskatchewan Roughriders have stayed at home with local product from the University of Saskatchewan offensive lineman Matt Riley.
Yeah, Maitland Riley, a guy who was an offensive line All-Canadian first team in 2019. A terrific player, obviously coached by a Hall of Fame CFL offensive lineman, one of Davis Sanchez's former teammates, and Scott Flory at the University of Saskatchewan. Scott speaks very highly of this young man in terms of his development, compares very favorably when you talk about offensive linemen that have come out of that school over the years. Ben Heenan, another former first-round pick that comes to mind. Not hyper-athletic, but moves well, physically strong, very smart guy, intellectual player, and is a guy who certainly projects to develop into a starter within a couple of years in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, you mentioned Scott Flory. When I watched the film of Riley, he kind of reminds me of someone that played beside Scott Flory for an awful long time, and that's Brian Chu. This is going to be likely Riley's going to be a center. He's got quick feet, like you said. He's an intelligent guy, a smaller guy, but great feet, aggressive, and that sounds to me like a center. Look at him to move in and be a center there for possibly and hopefully for Jeremy O'Day a long time.
Yeah, as we discussed, this was the position of need for the Saskatchewan Roughriders heading into this draft. They see him as positionally sound, I think. They see him as a guy who's got a high compete level. And if you're running the Saskatchewan Roughriders, how do you ignore the fact that he's a kid from small town in Saskatchewan? There's been such a great tradition of players, particularly on the offensive line in that organization over the years, going from small town Saskatchewan to becoming Roughriders, and this guy is now poised to become the next.
Yeah, he absolutely knows what to expect, and certainly they're going to love their hometown guy, as they generally do. Coming up after the break, we will wrap up the first round. It is the Hamilton Ticats who are on the clock with their second pick of round one.
after winning the Grey Cup, you really do wonder where they go from here.
Jawan Preskinson, one of the breakout stars of 2018. With one of the hits of the year.
New hitman in the Canadian Football League.
Going into next year, right, we expect to have a competitive product on the field.
Let's take a look at the Argos and just how things have gone for them in the past year. I mean, it was not pretty. A second consecutive 4-14 season. They missed the playoffs. 7th in net offense, 8th in points scored, 8th in net defense, and all the way down the line. They have a lot of holes. They were able to address one of them on the offensive side of the ball with Dejan Brissett. And guys, we'll start with you, Dave. As we get to the back end of this round, here's one thing that surprises me still. When you look at those guys that signed undrafted free agent deals in the NFL, you know, the talk was that a guy like Carter O'Donnell and potentially Michael Hoyt from Brown, a guy that's from the Toronto area, that those guys might not last till the bottom of the round, that there was still going to be some interest in potentially taking them that high. With a second pick right now for Toronto, is this a place they need to consider?
You know, I think it is. And I'll tell you, I was talking to a GM late this afternoon who pointed something out. Is normally when you draft a guy who signed a contract in the National Football League, the first thing you say to yourself is, well, we won't see him until September at the earliest. Well, I think most people believe September at the earliest is when there's going to be the first CFL game. So normally you're writing off, you know, full training camp in the first 10 weeks of the season. It's quite possible, you know, you could draft one of these guys. They could go to the NFL if they're able to assemble their camps, and you still might get them back for the start of the CFL season.
Dwayne, offensive line, always a potential need, and we mentioned it earlier before their first pick that when you look at Toronto, you know, they were able to get their offensive line a little younger. They were very long in the tooth a year ago, but there's still some potential offensive linemen that are available right now. You've got Ketel Ase, the big-bodied guy from Laval. You've also got Dylan Giffen from Western, who at one point was about 355 pounds. He's lost a lot of weight. He's now in the 315 area, which is remarkable for him to do. Again, a guy that's close to home. Is offensive line an area they need to go right now?
Well, it's an area that at the very least they need to consider, but I think Dave is absolutely right that there are some guys there that you maybe didn't think were going to be there, and that could be a little bit of the thing that's going on in that Toronto Argonaut war room right now is maybe recalibrating the plan to decide in what direction do you go with the second pick. Again, they were busy in free agency, shored up a couple of positions in terms of depth at linebacker and depth at receiver during free agency, that it gives them some options here. One offensive lineman as well that I'll add to the mix is a possibility. Chris Ganger, also from Wagner College, is another guy who's played a lot of football over the course of the last few years, has shown some versatility that could be in the mix as we get into this part of the draft as well.
Ches, Adam O'Clair, you could debate whether he's a linebacker or whether he's a defensive back. Go ahead, Davis.
Talk about Adam O'Clair. He's a guy that's he's a linebacker because he's the new will linebacker in the league. When you go 5 wide, he's a guy he's really a nickel back, and that's what a lot. Hallett's the same way, and potentially Dequoy might be the same. But these are guys who will come in, be teamers right away, and play that outside backer, what is essentially a defensive back there. But looking at the offensive line in Toronto, just quickly, because Dwayne mentioned that being a possibility, they're to compete, and I think they need to bring in more guys. Dwayne, get your thoughts on that. Really getting guys to compete, because they have talent there, but they need to push those guys to figure out who's going to emerge from that group of guys, and including the first overall pick last year, Shane Richards.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the Argos pick. It is the Argos with a new head coach. They've got a new quarterback situation. They're brimming with optimism. We'll see what their second pick looks like when we return.
With McCafe coffee, you're not just getting
during his rookie season. But what that also gives you an indication of on that young offensive line is a guy who's going to be able to come in and compete right away. He's going to be a little bit closer to being pro ready for you.
Yeah, Theron Churchill, you do hear nasty when you hear about Theron Churchill. They're looking for an identity there. There's a lot of turnover in Toronto, and I mentioned it earlier on. They have some guys there, some linemen, some Canadian linemen, but who's going to emerge from there? So I see this pick as them saying, hey, let's just load the cupboards here and then compete, because I talked about what they did in free agency. They're set at a lot of other Canadian spots, and not just set, but they have flexibility with the guys they acquired in free agency. So why not load that offensive line knowing that you're going to play some guys there and let the best just emerge from that group?
Well, I think one of the things that appeal to the Toronto Argonauts about this guy is the position versatility, that he can play guard, he can play tackle. And as they're assembling what will eventually be sort of their offensive line, hopefully for years to come, he's going to mix in well with Shane Richards, the #1 pick in the draft last year, and the other young players that they assembled over that time. So, as you say, they get a young player, but a guy who's more physically mature, who can come in and contribute right away, but he gives them that versatility. And, you know, when you hear that word so often, teams, whatever position they're talking about, if a guy can give them another role, that really boosts his value, and that's something the Toronto Argonauts see in this player.
Let's take a look at the first round from start to finish. With the first pick, the BC Lions trade up and take linebacker Jordan Williams out of East Carolina. The Argos stand pat. They take Dejon Brissett. Many people thought he might go a little later in that round, but they wanted to bring the hometown playmaker and keep him there next to his brother, who plays for the Raptors. Meanwhile, Calgary drops down to the #3 spot, and they take promising defensive lineman Isaac Adeyemi Berglund from Southeast Louisiana. The top offensive lineman on our board who was available right away is Tomas Jack Cardilla, and he goes to Edmonton with the 4th pick. Hamilton, meanwhile, gets Coulter Woodmansey from Guelph. Adam O'Clair from Laval goes to Ottawa. Maitland Riley stays home. The University of Saskatchewan product goes to the Riders. And Mason Bennett with the 2nd pick for Hamilton in the first round. They land the defensive end from University of North Dakota. And with the final pick in the first round, 9th overall, via the Zach Caleros trade, the Argos land an offensive lineman, Theron Churchill from the University of Regina. And here's how the second round looks. It is Ottawa coming up with the first pick of the second round, and then Toronto right back at it again, so you know they're going to get value there. Montreal with 2 picks in this round, and you've got Calgary and BC. They flip spots 12 and 15 due to that earlier trade, and Saskatchewan, they do not have another pick until the 4th round. Let's look at the Ottawa Redblacks, guys, and we mentioned in the first round they didn't go offensive line. They take Adam O'Clair, but there's a number of dynamic receivers on the board, and when you look at that roster and what their needs are, they could get some extreme value here at receiver with only 1 receiver being off the board to this point, Dwayne.
Yeah, certainly. When you look at the receiver group, you know, one of the guys that I've become a huge fan of in this draft process, Kean Schaefer-Baker out of the University of Guelph, big body and exciting guy that I think is going to be an even better professional than he was at the college level. People are going to talk about Travell Pinto from UBC, a playmaker, a versatile guy, a guy that in college you look for ways to put the ball in his hands. You can be creative in terms of trying to get the ball to him. Ryzen John, big tall target out of Simon Fraser University, who's under contract right now to the New York Giants, but a guy who could show up for you a little later, who could present some matchup problems, an intriguing guy. So definitely some options there at the receiver position.
We talk about Marcel Desjardins and propensity to take those offensive linemen. That's how you build the team, the quarterback and the offensive lineman. Well, they have Nick Arbuckle, and I'm with you guys. They now need to surround him with weapons, you know, with the import position at receiver as well. I expect that training camp to have a lot of competition for those spots. They need to boost that. But those receivers, there is 3 or 4 guys right now that can come in and help you. And I would not be surprised at all if Lapo is kicking at Marcel's door or beating down his phone right now, trying to get one of those receivers to upgrade that talent out wide.
Well, you certainly look at Paul LaPolice, the new head coach of the Ottawa Redblacks, and you look at the offense that he ran in Winnipeg. He wasn't afraid to have Canadian skill players. I mean, Andrew Harris and Nick Dembski were as important to that team's success as any players on that entire roster. So, you know, you say you've seen his tendency. He doesn't shy away from that at all. And I agree that you look at, they're going to play Anthony Coombs at receiver. They've brought back Brad Sinopoli, who could have become a free agent. They re-signed him. But I think they want to build depth behind those guys and look for some players they can develop into the kind of explosive players that Paul LaPolice had in Winnipeg.
And the Ottawa selection is in with the 10th pick, the first pick of the second round. The Ottawa Redblacks have selected defensive lineman Michael Hoyt from Brown University, our first red shirt, as it were. Dwayne, off the board.
Yeah, Michael Hoyt, a guy who signed a National Football League undrafted free agent contract with the Rams at the conclusion of the draft on the weekend. Michael Hoyt, considered to be probably one of the top 3 players in this Canadian Football League draft, a guy who offers an intriguing combination of size and speed and athleticism from that defensive line position. Stands about 6'4", 290 pounds, and right away you think defensive tackle, but he's a guy who shows the ability and movement to help you out on the edge. You can play some snaps on the outside a little bit, so he gives you that versatility. An impressive individual that you add to the room. The Ivy League education also kind of translates on the field. Michael Hoyt was a guy that, in watching him on film, one of the things that stood out to me is he's a guy who sort of plays the game very well with his eyes in terms of recognizing what's happening with blocking schemes, decoding those schemes, and kind of beating them with that recognition and anticipation. A terrific get if they are able to get him this season. But regardless, here you are in the second round getting one of the best prospects in this draft to the Ottawa Redblacks.
I noticed the same thing that you noticed with his eyes, Dwayne. He's a guy that I think he's the biggest sure thing in this draft. And what I noticed with his eyes is he would split double teams. He would get lateral and he would see the crease and get through, shoot like almost like a linebacker. For a guy his size to be able to shoot those gaps, to read and be instinctual. I was really impressed with this guy's film. Like I said, the biggest sure thing in this draft. And there's 2 people that got to be pretty excited about this pick. The first one's Michael Hoyt, because that'll tell me that they've obviously done some looking and believe that he might stick down there with the Rams. And then the Redblacks got to feel great because this guy is, like you said, a top 3, maybe number 1, but definitely a top 3 pick that they're getting with number 10.
And the Redblacks love that this guy is such a great athlete for someone with so much size. He's consistently disruptive. They've seen on the defensive line that nonstop motor that teams love. And he's another guy that just loves football. I mean, it's you know, football is a tough sport to play at the professional level. And I think teams are always sometimes wanting to know when guys are coming out of college, are you really committed to the sport? This guy loves football. Now, I've heard when it comes to the National Football League, there are some teams that I spoke to that were afraid that he's such a good athlete for his size that even if he doesn't have a place on downs in the National Football League, he could last down there just as a special teamer. But Ottawa certainly gets one of the very best players in the draft at this early in the second round position.
Michael Hoyt was a 2-time captain at Brown University, and during his time he tutored over 30 athletes to get them to where they needed to be at an Ivy League school. It is the Argos coming up when we return.
So you
team All-Canadian and exactly a true middle linebacker, which there's not that many anymore. So there is a fit for a guy like this. And I look day one for special teams. I think you mentioned Dwayne, and there's no question that somewhere down the road this will be a starting middle linebacker in this league, but you get contributions right away on special teams.
You know, we've talked about going into this draft how there might not be as many pro-ready players as there are in some drafts, and they're going to be guys that are going to meet development. But look at the 3 players the Toronto Argonauts have taken thus far in this draft. These are all guys that are going to be able to contribute right away. As Dwayne says, you know, a guy who when he showed up as a freshman at Carleton was already a man. That's going to translate as he moves out of college into the pros, and they're going to get contributions from him on special teams as he works his way eventually to being a CFL linebacker. And I got to do a little shout out for my alma mater for the first Carleton guy off the board today.
Jack Castor, meanwhile, spent some time in Florida this offseason, 6 weeks right before the pandemic hit, as he wanted to work on his speed. He was even hopeful for an NFL opportunity, but I know he's excited to get a CFL opportunity, no doubt. Now, the next pick in this round is going to be the Calgary Stampeders, and we'll remind you that with the first pick, the Lions and Stampeders did a bit of a pick swap for not just the first round, but also the second round. Calgary moves up to 12. The BC Lions move to 15. With BC's first pick, or with Calgary's first pick in this draft, they took Isaac Adeyemi-Bergel, the defensive lineman. Here's a look at their Canadian content heading into the season. We talked about the offensive line and potentially trying to add some depth there. They're also looking at potentially some receiving needs. We saw a couple of good linebackers already go off the board, so at this point they're probably not going to build their ratio around that. Dwayne, if you're Dave Dickinson and John Huffnagel, what's the priority after adding Adeyemi-Bergel?
Well, I do think that the offensive line is probably high on their list. But you saw a little bit of a run on some of those guys. I think you saw some offensive linemen, quite honestly, go a little bit earlier than they were expected to go in this particular draft. So it may be a little bit of adjusting to a plan B for the Calgary Stampeders and looking to see what's available. Again, they addressed a need on the defensive line. You know, the top linebackers, the guys who project as the most immediate helpers in Jordan Williams, Jack Castor, those guys are off the board already. I don't think you necessarily move into best player mode, but you're going to be looking at some other options, possibly on that offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, you could always work on that offensive line depth, Dwayne, but you're right. A little run on O-lineman. The defensive lineman, there's still pass rushers out there, especially potential guys. So look at one of those 2 spots would be a fit for the Stamps at this position in the draft.
You know, whenever I look at where a team's needs may be, one of the things I'll look at is say, have they lost very good Canadian players at any particular position over the last year or so? And you look at the Calgary Stampeders. I mean, Lamar Durant, who until he was hurt last year with the BC Lions, he was in the conversation for most outstanding Canadian. Of course, he was drafted and developed by the Calgary Stampeders before he left via free agency. And then this winter, Juwan Breskison, who I know last year didn't have that big an impact because he was hurt with a season-ending injury early in the year, but I think he was a player a lot of people expected to have a breakout year. He's moved on to the Toronto Argonauts. So they've had 2 very good Canadian receivers move on in successive seasons over the last couple of years, and that's why I think they may be looking at this direction.
Here's a look at what the Calgary Stampeders have managed to do in the second round. Vincent Desjardins, a defensive lineman a year ago, as Eric Mezzarala, the linebacker, Julian Lynch at receiver. They went receiver again in 16 and 15 with Breskison and Durant. Got great mileage out of those 2, but neither one of them are members of the Calgary Stampeders any longer. And with their pick in the second round, the Calgary Stampeders have selected receiver Travell Pinto from the University of British Columbia. Dwayne, this guy's been out of football for a year, but was pretty dynamic heading into last year's draft, or at least coming out of the combine, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was. Travell Pinto is a terrific athletic player, and dynamic is a great word to describe him. The UBC Thunderbirds with this young man, they moved him around, did a lot of different things with him. A receiver by trade, a guy who has pretty good speed, ran a sub 4.5 40 on his virtual pro day this year after a year away from football, serving a suspension after a positive drug test last year. Again, he was previously scheduled to be in that 2019 draft class. But you cannot question his productivity during his career at UBC, a terrific battery with he and quarterback Michael O'Connor during their time there. One of the most exciting players in this draft. I know some teams, again, after a failed drug test, some teams may question what Travell Pinto is all about, but he's on a mission to prove that he made one mistake and he's learned from it and is ready to get on with his Canadian Football League career. An exciting option for the Calgary Stampeders.
Yeah, lessons learned for Travell Pinto. He's one of the best players. Forget about receivers. He's one of the best all-around players in this draft. He runs great routes. He gets in and out of his breaks exceptionally well. He separates. And what I love about him, he's flat out tough. He's got that dog in him. He'll go across the middle. He competes. You see it consistently on the film. Travell Pinto is a guy who, of course, Calgary Stampeders are getting a guy who can come in and play right away. And I would have absolutely zero worries if I had to put him in the lineup right away. That's how good Travell Pinto is, in my opinion, when I watch him play. He does it all.
Yeah, the Stampeders love how smoothly he moves for a big man. They see him as someone who's athletic, who's strong, who's smart, and also, I say, has good football instincts. And when you see just on those highlights there and the number of ways he's used, you can imagine what Dave Dickinson could come up with in a Bo Levi-led offense to put him to use all over the field.
And when you look at Pinto, he had some of his best games against the University of Alberta in Edmonton. He'll get a chance to dive into the Battle of Alberta. It's the Eskimos with the next pick when we return.
This is the Frells family's land. They grew
This guy's an electric athlete. He hasn't played football for the last couple of years, but 4.48 in the 40, 39-inch vertical. You really can't complain about that. Over 250 tackles in 45 games at East Carolina, and he is standing by with our Matthew Shinetti.
Congratulations to Jordan Williams, the first overall pick of the 2020 CFL draft. Jordan, if I told you, let's say a week ago, that you'd be the first overall pick of the CFL draft, you would tell me what?
I wouldn't believe you. I'll be like, you're insane, Matt. But it was a blessing to be put in this situation, to be number one overall. Team trades up. They must have seen something that they really liked to invest their draft pick. They gave up picks and things of that nature. So it feels so awesome, man.
So what are the BC Lions getting in you? Because we were just watching the tape on our live broadcast. You're a disruptor. You're fast. You want to get at the quarterback. You want to get at that offensive line. What are Rick Campbell and the BC Lions getting out of you?
They're going to get a tenacious linebacker, side-to-side linebacker, and not only a guy that's tenacious on the field, on and off the field. And I'm going to be vociferous in my actions when I'm trying to tell the defense what to do, line the defense up as the Mike linebacker or Will. It doesn't matter, but I'm going to be adamant, and you're going to hear me barking on the field. I ain't going to shut up.
You talk about adapting. You talk about adjusting. You talk about your journey. How excited are you to learn the Canadian game, and how does it suit your strengths?
I'm very excited to learn the Canadian game. You know, over there, we're going to be playing in the indoor facility. I saw on TV, I'm not sure if it's still up there, but you're going to have a game that's 3-down football. And I'm going to be playing, whether it be Will or Mike or the Sam backer. I'm going to be covering receivers, covering running backs, and I think that's tailor-made for my play style. So it's going to be awesome.
The number one overall pick, Jordan Williams. We can't wait to see you in British Columbia, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Great stuff. Williams says he's been watching film of Adam Bighill as he tries to get adjusted to the Canadian game, and he hopes to model his game. That's a pretty good example right there. With the next pick in the second round, it is the Edmonton Eskimos, and they've gone to the defensive side of the ball with defensive lineman Alain Pay from the University of Ottawa.
Yeah, and this is a fascinating pick for me. Alain Pay is a guy who was not even on the draft list a few weeks ago, but ironically, I had a long chat about him with former University of Ottawa GG's coach Jamie Barisi, longtime Canadian Football League coach. He told me at the time that there's a possibility that this young man, who's a native of Czechoslovakia, played one season at the University of Ottawa, might be added to the CFL draft list, but they didn't know at the time whether he was going to have his citizenship to qualify as a national player or whether he was going to be a global player. But the one thing that Jamie Barisi emphasized to me, he said, this young man is a specimen. He only played the 2017 season for the Ottawa GGs, recorded 6 sacks, 9 tackles for losses as a defensive lineman. He's about 6'3", 6'4", around 240 pounds. You think about the Edmonton Eskimos as a team with a couple of Canadian defensive ends in Kwaku Boateng, Matthew Betts. This is a guy who fits in. Again, a unique pick, a guy that probably not every team had done all of their homework on because he was such a late addition. But athletically, a guy who is a fascinating, an absolutely fascinating prospect for the for the Edmonton Eskimos.
Yeah, this
and you always get
like something a little under the radar. Yeah, go ahead, Farhan.
No, you go ahead, Davis.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with 40. He was off my radar as well. So Brock Sunderland and the Edmonton Brass knew something and in selecting Alain Pay. And when you look at the Jordan Williams interview we just heard with Matthew Shinetti, him and Matt Shinetti, Dave, they have something in common. They both are always talking. The only difference is he wears a shirt when he does interviews. Matthew does and doesn't wear the tank top. Maybe next time we'll get Matthew in a tank top, Nails.
Well, I'm going to stay out of the tank tops. I tell you, one of the things that the Edmonton Eskimos just loved about this guy is, as Dwayne said, the athleticism that's there. I mean, they see him as a guy who has a very rare quality of burst and explosion. Because he hasn't played that much football, they see tons of opportunity to grow and upside on him. It's their understanding that if there were NFL mini camps happening this month, that this would have been a guy who would have got an invite there. So that gives you some sense of the degree of athleticism and burst that he's going to bring to the field with the Edmonton Eskimos on really a defensive line, which is a strength for that team now, both Canadians and Americans, for a very long time.
And there's always one of those off-the-radar picks every year in the draft. Meanwhile, the Montreal Alouettes are picking for the first time in this draft. Here's a look at their Canadian content. And there had been some rumblings that the Alouettes were looking to move up in the draft, but it didn't go that way. Maybe they get the guy they want right here. This team is loaded with offensive line. They've got a lot of depth there. There's some needs potentially in some other areas, mostly on the defensive side of the ball. But Dwayne, when we look at the Alouettes and when you look at what's left, where's the marriage here?
Well, you look at the defensive secondary, and for a couple of reasons. You know, you've lost guys who give you some flexibility. And, you know, Chris Aki was a guy, although primarily a linebacker, could have helped you out at safety. Bo Lacumbo flipped back there from linebacker to free safety last year. Taylor Loeffler is back this year, but he's coming off an injury. Not necessarily a lot of experience behind him. So I think that you look for an opportunity to try and add a little bit of depth and to that situation as well.
There is absolutely, it's 100% certain, at least I feel, that they take Marc-Antoine Dequoy at this spot. Look, for the reasons that you just stated, they have a safety coming off an injury in Taylor Loeffler, and he is a guy that plays a style that's he's crazy, reckless, and aggressive. And so you have to have someone back there that you trust. And the fact it's a Quebecer, you see the offseason moves by the Alouettes, signing a lot of local guys. This is a no-brainer. I'm sure they're jumping around back there in Montreal with this pick. I will be very surprised if they don't go Marc-Antoine Dequoy with this pick.
Yeah, I think that if training camps were opening in 19 days as they were scheduled to, the first question we'd ask is Taylor Loeffler going to be able to pass his physical to begin training camp? So, you know, there's certainly some degree of concern about how able he would be able to play this season. He's one of those players, I guess, would benefit if the start of the season, as we anticipate, is going to be much, much later than ordinarily. Of course, they have Henoc Muamba starting in the middle of their defense. Linebacker also another place they could go. There's some athletic guys that they could use to build depth in that position. But the defensive side of the ball feels like where Montreal may go.
Let's take a look at what the Als have done in the second round. Kalon Julien Grant last year at receiver. They did go offensive line in 2019. They had back-to-back second-round picks. Sam Thomasin. 2018, they did not have a second-round pick. And Fabian Foote, Wayne Moore, and Nick Shorthill, who are all still playing in the league, if not necessarily in Montreal. And Ches, you hit the nail on the head with their first pick in this draft, 14th overall in the second round. The Montreal Alouettes have selected defensive back Marc-Antoine Dequoy. And Dwayne, you know, a lot of people are going to talk about when the Alouettes will be able to get him. What's your take on whether or not he can play in the NFL, even for a short period of time, versus when Danny Machocha gets to coach him again?
Yeah, he's an interesting situation when you look at the NFL contract, because so often when we see Canadian guys from U Sports schools sign undrafted free agent contracts with National Football League teams, you think of them as long-term development projects. But the interesting thing about Dequoy is this is a guy who's going to turn 26 years old in September. So I don't know necessarily that there's going to be the same willingness to invest that time. I think he's still a little bit raw as a football player. He's phenomenal as an athlete, but was a guy who wasn't highly recruited, hadn't necessarily played a lot of football before he got to the Carabin program under Danny Machocha. But they played him for 4 years. They played him at the field halfback spot. He emerged as an all-star, an all-Canadian, defensive player of the year type performer for the Montreal Carabin. And, you know, it's just a matter of where do you play him in the CFL. Most likely becomes a safety, but at the very least, you know, assuming he's back in the CFL at some point, you know, he's a guy who athletically is going to be an impact guy on special teams and is going to be able to help you out at least in some packages defensively.
Yeah, I know for myself, Dwayne, late bloomer in football as well. Didn't start playing until I was 16, and then didn't go to the NFL until I was 25 years old as well. So, and I was more mature. That, I think, helped me stick down there. So that might be an advantage for him coming in a little bit older. When I saw the film on Marc-Antoine Dequoy the first time, I wasn't overly impressed. And then I stepped back and I looked and I realized why I wasn't overly impressed. It's because he made everything look so easy, and that's because he is a freak athlete. He's not only fast and tall, but he's also long, which when you have those things all working for you, you're able to run, especially the guys he was playing against in a tough conference, but he was able to run with those guys with ease. And then even if he was beat by a step, he could pry himself back into the route with those long arms. So he's a project, but a guy that is a project I think that Danny Machocha certainly, and Baron Miles out there will love to get their hands on. And, you know, for him, I hope he sticks down there in the NFL, but they got to be extremely happy to get a local guy with that much upside.
Yeah, Danny Machocha didn't have to spend a lot of time going over the film on this guy. I mean, he knows him absolutely. And, you know, the things that jump out, I talked to Danny Machocha about him this week. And, you know, it's not just the speed and athleticism, but it's the ability to play the ball when it's in the air that really, you know, sort of defines part of his game. And I think that in terms of the National Football League and whether he's going to be down there long term, you know, this is a guy who played field half in Canadian football. He's going to have to make the transition in the National Football League to either free safety or corner. And at 26, I mean, they're not going to be able to wait on him 2-3 years to pick that up like a younger player. Say we talked about Carter O'Donnell going down in the National Football League this summer at age 21. So this is a guy, Machocha knows what he's getting. He knows the challenge he's going to face in the National Football League, and no one will be happier if he ends up in Montreal's backfield than he will.
Dequoy helped Danny Machocha's Montreal Carabin team make it to the Vanier Cup a year ago. We'll see if he gets a chance to coach him again. The Owls will be back on the clock in 2 picks. It's the BC Lions coming up next.
Nice bluff, Eric. You bluffed your way out of that one. You're poker ready. Download the PokerStars.net app and play.
For over 50 years, Nissan has brought Canadians together. But now, we need to help as we all learn about keeping a safe distance. We're looking to support current owners. That's why our service departments are here to help. And for new purchases, Nissan will make up to your first 3 payments on select models. Even in a time of social distancing, Canada can rally together.
Jesse Palmer, 15th overall back in 2000 when he went to Montreal a year ago. It was Michael O'Connor from the University of British Columbia who went 20th overall to the Argos. He's still there. Brad Sinopoli and Brandon Bridge, also notable names. We do know that Nathan Rourke is still out there and available. He was ranked in the top 10 in the CFL Central Scouting Bureau. And with the 15th pick in the CFL draft, the BC Lions have selected Nathan Rourke, quarterback, University of Ohio.
And there's absolutely nothing gimmicky about this pick. Nathan Rourke is a legitimate Canadian Football League quarterback prospect. Some would argue that he may not be quite as advanced as a pure passer as Michael O'Connor was coming in last year. They play a little bit different styles. Nathan Rourke is a guy, more of a dual threat type quarterback, on the move, run pass option type stuff. But a guy, in terms of the intangibles, this is what stands out about Nathan Rourke. This is a guy who's been a winner at every level of football. A winner in Canadian high school, a winner in American high school football, won a state championship in Alabama at the level at which he was playing. Played a year of junior college football before moving on to play for the Ohio Bobcats. A 3-year starter there after just 1 year of junior college. Led that team to bowl game victories as well. Again, people are going to look and see not the highest completion rate for Nathan Rourke, but I think a lot of that has to do with the style of offense in which he played. But this is a guy who's going to be a student of the game. He's got a resume that compares favorably with other quarterbacks, American quarterbacks, the guys against whom he's going to compete. And he's got a chance to develop into a starter in the Canadian Football League eventually.
Yeah, I knew he was going to be tough to pass up because there's a lot of competitive people in all these draft rooms. And when you watch Nathan Rourke, I fell in love with his film and him as a football player when I watched him. I know a lot of other evaluators probably did as well. And there might be some uncertainty as to where he fits as a quarterback and a passing quarterback in this league. But the one thing that you can't measure is this guy's heart and the fact that he's a gamer, a legit gamer. And everybody I talk to, and I've talked to all of you guys about him consistently, everybody says the same thing. When I'm hearing people that I respect so much all saying the same thing about a guy, you know it's true. Nathan Rourke is a competitor, a gamer. I have no doubts he'll have success in whatever role they find for him in BC.
Yeah, the BC Lions believe this is a player that was just too good to pass on. He's a guy they think can make all the throws in the Canadian Football League field. They love his athleticism, they love his production, and they recognize that he's a winner. This is not a guy they developed to sit, in a backup role. They believe that eventually Nathan Rourke has the potential to be a very good quarterback in the Canadian Football League. It's going to take some time, as it was from any player who's stepping out of U.S. college football coming to the CFL, but they see him as having a very high ceiling and the ability to compete at the highest levels in this league.
Here's a look at the Montreal Alouettes and how things looked for them a year ago and what was by many expectations a breakthrough year. Not a lot of expectations for the Owls going into it, but they were in the playoffs. They were 10-8, and Kahari Jones really turned things around with that team, especially with Vernon Adams. We'll see what they can do to add to that right now. With their second pick in the second round, the Montreal Alouettes have selected defensive lineman Cam Lawson from Queen's University.
Yeah, and Cameron Lawson is a guy who has been really under the microscope a lot during his draft year and during this process as a very highly regarded prospect. An interior defensive lineman. Lawson is a guy who has worked very hard over the course of his career. A team leader at Queens. A guy, you look at the stats and it does.
So when I see the great price badge on AutoTrader, I know I'm going to get the best price that there is.
When I'm buying a car and I see a great price badge, I trust it.
When I see a great price badge, I know that I can trust it.
At 7-Eleven, we're committed to keeping our stores open so that you have a safe place to shop in the neighborhood. Enhanced cleaning practices, social distancing, and sneeze guards are just a few of the ways we're keeping our stores protected for you and for our team members. Our assortment includes groceries, meals, snacks, and treats. And 7-Eleven delivers through our delivery partners, Uber Eats and Foodora.
Yeah, there's no question about that. A lot of teams, quite frankly, had Bailey Feltmate rated ahead of a guy like Jack Cassar at linebacker. Feltmate, terrific middle linebacker for the Acadia Axemen under former CFL defensive lineman Jeff Cummins. This is a guy who is a two-time AUS Defensive Player of the Year, a tackling machine, a tremendous leader, high character kid, probably underrated as an athlete. He's 6'2", legitimate 6'2", about 225 pounds. You know, you're talking about close to a 500-pound squat, 20 reps on the bench. He's going to run about a 4.7 40. So probably underrated athleticism, but a highly productive guy over the course of his career. And again, a high character, quality kid as well, going to the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Yeah, what translates to me is his height, weight, and the fact that he has long arms as well. So he come in there, and he's tough to deal with. You watch him on film. He patrols the middle of the field. And, you know, you have Larry Dean there, but you also have Herdman Reed as well in free agency. So they're stocking up at the linebacker position. And this is a guy who will be physical on special teams. Obviously, the Ticats have great special teams to be physical, and a guy who can play linebacker. And I've heard the same things you've heard, Dwayne, that Hamilton is a team that this linebacker is a guy that a lot of teams loved, and Hamilton obviously felt the same way.
Yeah, the Ticats feel that this is a player with a very high football IQ, which combines with good instincts for the game as well. They like his productiveness, and they see him as someone who, before he's ready to play on downs, will be able to contribute on special teams right away. Guy who can do all kinds of things, the versatility as you've seen on tape. So as they're developing him along the way, he'll give them that presence right away. That's what teams look for, particularly at the linebacker position. You know, it's not a position every Canadian player who's drafted is ever able to play on downs, but having that presence on special teams, you know, gives them something that they can contribute on as they work towards that.
And finally, at long last, we get to the end of the second round with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. There will be 2 territorial picks after that, but the Grey Cup champions, they have been patiently waiting. They will pick at 18th when we return.
Andrew Harris, the all-time leader in yards from scrimmage by a Canadian player.
When in doubt, just hand the ball off to Andrew Harris.
It's a coming out party for Nick Dembski, number 6 pick in the 2015 draft. Dembski, big hole. Dembski's gonna bust it.
Andrew Harris, Nick Dembski, 2 awesome running backs.
Look at the key Canadians for the defending Grey Cup champion Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I know they'll love hearing that back in the peg, and Kyle Walters has certainly done a great job with his Canadian content. When you look at the quality of that offensive line, Andrew Harris speaks for himself. You've got Dembski, also a Winnipeg guy, staying home. Thomas on the defensive line, Wolotarski at receiver, and some really good depth in behind them. Defensive back, a potential area of need for Winnipeg, and they have addressed that with their first pick in this draft. 18th overall in the second round, defensive back Noah Hallett from McMaster University, who joins his brother Nick with the Bombers. Dwayne?
Yeah, brother Nick was one of the steals of the 2019 draft as the 61st overall pick. He was tremendously athletic, went on to become one of the best special teams players in the Canadian Football League last season. In Noah Hallett, you get that same level of athleticism. You know, a lot of people rave about the freakish athleticism of Marc-Antoine Dequoy in the secondary. Quite frankly, Noah Hallett was right there with him. If you look at their testing numbers from the East-West Bowl last year, almost identical. So Hallett is one of the elite athletes in this draft. He's a high football IQ guy. You talk to his coach, Steph Potasic at McMaster, and he says he's got the mind of a coach, one of the smartest players he's had. You watch the film and you see that great route recognition, great breaks to the football as he anticipates and figures out what's going on with the offense. You know, it's going to be interesting to see him go in there and possibly be competing against his older brother for a spot on the roster. But they hit a home run with the Hallett last year, and I think they got a real good one this time around, too.
Yeah, Kyle Walters couldn't resist himself with this pick. When I watched Noah Hallett's film, I absolutely loved it. You talk about the way he broke on a football. He's a bigger guy. He looked like a corner coming out of his breaks. Some of the things I saw with Noah Hallett. And, yep, I would describe him as a football player. But now, what does that mean? Because we always say that. But what it means is he finds a way to get it done on each individual snap, whoever that may be. Whether he has to run through you or he has to run around you if he's quicker than you, whether he has to find an edge pre-snap and shoot a gap. He does all those things, and it shows up on film. He was one of the guys that, when I watched him, fellas, I kept rewinding it over and over again because I love what he was doing. Yeah, there's no way that Kyle Walters was going to pass on another defensive back with the film and the skill set of Noah Hallett.
Yeah, I think the Bombers like his competitiveness. I think they like the fact that he had a very successful university career, good ball skills, he's tough, and he also meets a positional need for them. I mean, this is a team that lost Jeff Heck and Derek Jones this past offseason. They can add some depth there in the defensive back, and potentially somewhere down the road you could see whether they could go Canadian at safety. But they love all those qualities about him, and yeah, I think they like the fact that his brother's on the team as well, keeping it in the family, as you say. Coming off a Grey Cup year, why not?
So you've got the main 9 picks of the second round now in the books, and the round wraps up with the 2 territorial protections. The bottom 2 teams record-wise in the CFL get an additional pick at the end of this round based on their region. And we'll start with the Ottawa Redblacks, who have selected linebacker Dan Basambombo from Laval University.
Yeah, Dan Basambombo, an interesting case, as he didn't play in the 2019 season. He was academically ineligible last year, but a guy who nonetheless, his performance at the U Sports East-West Bowl last year justifies this selection in this spot. One of the more athletic linebackers in an athletic linebacker class, 10 foot plus in the broad jump, a guy who was an RSEQ All-Star. And one of the things you've got to consider is he's unique when you talk about players at Laval because he's actually a native of Ottawa who came straight out of high school. So when he goes in there and earns a starting spot in an all-star position, he's competing against guys who are a couple years older than him, having come through the CEGEP route. So a very good prospect, again, kind of a unique path, having not played in his draft year, but a good pickup for Ottawa, adding yet another body on defense, a guy who's going to be able to contribute for them on special teams immediately.
Yeah, Basambombo, he's a guy who has a high ceiling. Dwayne agree and right away. Adding to the depth and defense for Ottawa, that's what they need. When you look at that roster, you need depth, and behind Lang and Pruneau, and just add some bodies there and guys that eventually can compete.
Yeah, this is a very physical player, a very athletic player, and I think still a very raw player. The plan the Ottawa Redblacks have for him is he would return to school next year, and they don't see him, contributing and being on their roster until we get to the 2021 season.
Yeah, normally there are some elite players that come out of the Ottawa region, including, of course, Neville Gallimore, who will likely get selected much later. We'll be back with the final pick of the second round when we return. Highly talented receiver with the second overall pick in Dejon Brissett, the local boy. Then Theron Churchill, the offensive lineman, goes 9th in the second round. And Jack Kassar, a linebacker who's an impact player, they get 2 picks later with the 11th pick. And now the Argos with their territorial selection, a defensive lineman from Wilfrid Laurier, Sam Achampong.
Yeah, and Samuel Achampong is a guy who's been one of the fast risers as we've gotten late in this draft process, as people have had the opportunity to look at him more and more. And the thing that stands out about him is he's got this quick first step that makes D-line coaches drool and makes offensive linemen weep. A club move that comes out a lot. And watching him on film, I kept waiting for someone to get their hands on him as he sort of stood to make this move. But time and time again, he was swatting guys out of the way as he stepped by them. So a pretty good pass rusher from the interior. And he's another one of those guys, Davis, as you talk about high ceiling, still pretty raw. Hadn't played a lot of football when Michael Faulds recruited him to Wilfrid Laurier University. He's developed into a good player already, but there's still some to go.
Yeah, he is raw. I wouldn't be surprised to talk about his high ceiling, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he went late in the first round or early second, just because his ceiling is that high. The guy with his size and his length, and he has, with that being said, he's got pass rush moves and that quick first step you spoke of. Achampong is a guy who may have the highest ceiling of all, and I'm actually surprised that he lasted this long because of all the talk that I heard about him being a sleeper and somebody that was going to surprise some people in this draft. So a nice pickup for the Argos and a talented guy.
Yeah, the Toronto Argonauts are in love with his size, 6'5", 275, and the athleticism and the ceiling. But they see him as a guy who can play inside on the defensive line. He's also athletic enough that he'll be able to contribute on special teams. And yeah, when you start to look down the road, one of the ways they describe him is they love all the things that he brings for them to work with. And that's about development and a guy with a very high ceiling that they can see in the years ahead.
And that takes us through the first 20 picks of this draft. The first 2 rounds are in the books. When we come back, we'll have our final thoughts on the CFL draft.
Did you know that there are different grades of windshield glass? Here at Speedy Glass, we use only certified OEE windshields, meaning we use auto glass made in the same factories as the original windshield. And, as always, our work comes with a lifetime warranty. Plus, if you have insurance, we'll contact your provider and take care of everything for you. Call us, book an appointment online, or just stop by the shop.
Speedy Glass Repair. Speedy Glass Replace.
Stick to the West Coast. I mean, you look through almost every BC Lions draft. It doesn't matter who is in charge of it. At some point, you're going to end up getting an opportunity to have someone like that come into the fold. And certainly going at the defensive line spot and what they're suddenly investing in, it makes a lot of sense for BC there. So I like the way that they're being really aggressive in this draft. And I don't just say that because of the difference between the first pick overall and the third pick and how they jumped up to go get the player they really wanted. They didn't really give up much to make that trade either. Ed Hervey seemed to negotiate that deal pretty smoothly. But now you're seeing them really deciding where they want to attack in their national status and where they want to build their national players out moving forward on that roster. Because you got to think the short-term future of the BC Lions is very much about being able to have Mike Riley win and put up lots of points and be on that team with Brian Burnham and everybody else on that defensive line that's getting after it. But when I look at the way that the BC Lions are building in just this draft specifically, you've got a very talented Canadian quarterback that's going to create a lot of hype in Vancouver. And now you're starting to build through the trenches a little bit by players that you're either recruiting in free agency, getting over there and Riker Matthews as a left tackle, and now you're recruiting and drafting at the defensive line level. It's a nice situation to be in if you're a BC Lions fan right now.
Giving you some analysis tonight, talking about everything happening in the CFL and in the sports world, or the quiet situation in the sports world right now. So you can also have another tab open with cfl.ca/draft. I believe you can Google the draft tracker. These are going to be coming in real time, but we're going to catch up on a few picks that have happened. The Edmonton Eskimos selected Malik Tyne, the linebacker out of Towson University, Marshall. Montreal then selected Benoit Marion, the defensive lineman out of the University of Montreal. And Calgary is still on the clock. Again, you can look at the draft tracker as well in a new tab and continue to follow along there. Marsh, anything jump out at you about these couple of picks here from Edmonton and Montreal?
Yeah, I had Malik Tyne going way later in my original mock draft. And I'll be honest, I vet it through a couple of people each year to just say, hey, am I in the right wheelhouse here? Am I in the right area? And I sent it to somebody. And I had Malik Tyne going to the Saskatchewan Roughriders in like the 5th or the 6th round. And the person that I sent it to said, you're crazy if you think Malik Tyne is going to fall that far in the draft. And I said, well, yeah, but I watched some of them and he seemed like he was kind of, very jumpy, very sporadic. And they said, yeah, he's a little bit stiff and he's got some kind of technique to learn at that defensive end spot, but He bends naturally, and he can find a way to the quarterback, super high energy guy. So to see him go off the board at that spot, not shocking based on what I was told. Now, I thought that he would go later, but the eye for talent of the actual talent evaluators in the Canadian Football League, certainly they liked his game. And there's always the upside of the NCAA pedigree, having a Towson Tiger and come in and be able to kind of rush off the edge. But I'd be interested to see a name like an Alain Paye, who came out from the Ottawa GGs earlier tonight, that I think shocked a lot of people, and seeing the investment that goes as well at that position here now with a name like Malik Tyne. Those two guys side by side, it's a different type of player, but in the long run, I think we'll see here who the better one is, and you'll see where the value kind of shook out between those two.
Well, the Calgary Stampeders have gone for an O-lineman for their pick with Jonathan Zamoa out of St. FX. The Hamilton Tiger Cats are on the clock, Marshall.
Yeah, so Jonathan Zamora, to me, one of the real few true centers that exists in the CFL draft. There's not a lot. I mean, there's so many big bodies that are tackle types that are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 300 pounds and around there. Kind of your prototypical guard transitioning to tackle, or have the flexibility to go back and forth between the two of them. But Zamora is a bully. And this totally fits with what they did a couple of years ago in Calgary, going out and getting themselves Justin Lawrence, who was an offensive lineman that came out from the Alberta Golden Bears. It was the year that Mark Cordy was the thing that everybody loved coming out of the Alberta Golden Bears program that year. But Justin Lawrence, when you would turn on film to watch Mark Cordy, you would see Justin Lawrence just beating people up all over the field, just riding guys 15 yards down the field, finishing, just really angry, great lower body leg drive. And I see a lot of the same thing from Jonathan Zamora. I think some of the AUS hit on him is unfair, because you're seeing sometimes that there's a couple of blitzes that don't come with the same heat that you would see from somebody like a Jack Cassar, again, from the Carleton Ravens, or something like that in the OUA or in Canada West, the RSEQ. But no matter what was thrown at him, Jonathan Zamora was able to find a way to kind of sort it out, communicate across the line. And I thought he might go to the Hamilton Tiger Cats, who Mike Filer's on the backside of his career at this point. I think everybody understands that he's a veteran. He's been in the league for 7, going on 8, 9 years now. And Zamora, to me, was a natural fit as a fill-in, as a center in that spot. But if Calgary is going to find a depth selection and a value add in that spot, and go ahead and get someone like that can fill in right away in the middle in the next couple of years, that has that kind of angry, mean mentality finisher, that's a really, really good value pick, I think, for them in that spot. Higher than I thought that he would go, but it totally makes sense when you think about the culture they've built with Justin Lawrence and some of those other bodies there, young guys on the offensive line for the Stampeders.
Well, Marshall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats have selected Tyler Chernovsky, the receiver out of Waterloo. I know this is a guy you followed and know quite a bit about. I had the chance to interview him as well. You guys can check out that interview on CFL.ca. Marshall, what do you like about Tyler? What does he do well?
I love Tyler because he's as Hamilton gets. I live in Hamilton, and I've been around Hamilton, and Tyler Chernovsky, to me, is the perfect pick for Drew Alamang. It is like the Drew Alamang pick.
Tell us why.
It's because he's undersized, but he's gritty. He plays angry. He stiff arms people. He runs through you, even though he doesn't look like he should. Luke Tasker right now is not re-signed with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. His future's still a little bit up in the air. If Luke does not come back to the Tiger Cats, is there a chance that there could be a natural transition in the next couple of years to a national slot back for the Hamilton Tiger Cats? I wouldn't bet against it, especially with Tommy Condell deciding to be able to come back to the Ticats offensive coordinator and to help kind of coach and teach up Tyler Chernovsky. His production on field, Brody, is almost second to none. Like the way that he put up numbers in that Waterloo Warriors offense, a lot of that credit goes to names like John Behe, who was working with the passing game up there. Of course, you've got Chris Bertoya of the Waterloo Warriors, the head coach up there. You've also got, I think, a really good look there at what he's able to accomplish in terms of statistically, 58 catches, 863 yards, and 5 touchdowns. He is someone that at the CFL level, he's going to have to protect himself because he doesn't have that prototypical 6'2", 6'3", big, thick build, but he can make you miss in space, and he is just an absolute grinder. So Tiger Cats fans are going to be ecstatic, I think, to have someone in black and gold that's still wearing the black and gold from his college days just up the road in Waterloo. And he's a really, really nice player. And again, in a year where film is king, Chernovsky kind of gets the benefit of that because his film was excellent. Not that he wouldn't have tested well. I think other people just would have tested better, but it doesn't matter now because he is a CFL player.
Marshall, the Hamilton Tiger Cats are on the clock. They've actually made their pick. It's Dylan Giffen, the offensive lineman out of Western. They're adding another O lineman. We are now at the end of the third round, but any thoughts on Toronto's pick or anyone else, anything you want to go back to from the third round here?
Yeah, I think Dylan Giffen, I love this pick is interesting just because I thought that he would go somewhere in the early 20s, and he is so big. For people that don't know, he's up and around 6'8", 340, 350, depending on where you read it. It would have been great to have a really standardized readout that came in from being at the CFL National Combine, but he's almost so big that sometimes I feel like it hurts his movement and his ability to get off the football. But it's obvious that if you want to go get size, this was the pick for anybody who was interested in having him. And for me, I saw him last year in person at the East West Bowl at Carleton University, and I stood beside him, and I literally thought to myself, I don't think I've ever seen a person this big stand beside me. It's freaky how much space he covers. He has trouble at times getting to the second level. Again, with coaching, that's going to get better. But what they're building, obviously, in Toronto is a big bully that can run the football. They did that with Theron Churchill coming out of Regina in the first round, and now they've done that here in the third with an offensive line pick in Giffen. Once he gets his hands on you, his OUA film against literally everybody shows your snap, your play is over if he can get his hands on you. If he can't, if he can run around contact, the speed rush and whatnot off the edge might be difficult, but if he gets a hand on you, he doesn't often let go, and he drives people into the ground a lot of time, finishing his reps. So that's an interesting one to see him go to Toronto there, and I wonder what the fit is in the next couple of years. But again, we'll let that play out and find out.
Wraps up the third round for us here. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the fourth round of the CFL draft. See you shortly.
Hey guys, Declan Cross, fullback for the Toronto Argonauts here. I was drafted in the 2016 CFL draft. I was the first pick of the fourth round, 27th overall.
Cash donation or food donations to a game. Obviously, with the COVID and the crisis right now happening, there's so many Canadians living with food insecurity. So please, if you have the means, go ahead and visit tacklehunger.ca. The money raised is going to help support local food banks across Canada. Thank you for helping us tackle hunger. Together, we can make a difference. This is such a great cause, guys, and the quick response from Purelator and all of our partners to get this done has been so fantastic. So anyway, we continue now with the fourth round of the CFL draft. Thank you guys again for joining us. If you want to keep up to date with the picks, make sure to go to CFL.ca draft tracker. You'll be able to see those in real time. Marsha and I keeping up as best we can. But we're back with the fourth round here, Marshall.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're taking a look here at some of the fourth round draft steals. There's a lot of them that kind of come through in the last little while. And I go back to Ray Mary, who's just being a name that a lot of people will know in and around where I'm at in Hamilton. But nationally, It doesn't matter if it's Brad Snopley sliding and being a quarterback there. Jake Thomas still in the league. Michael Klassen still in the league, still playing, still balling out every single week. Derek Wiggin is a standout, of course, with the Calgary Stampeders across their defensive lines, really anchoring their national talent there. And Shaq Johnson, primed for another big season, you'd have to think, playing with Mike Riley in BC. But the fourth round, there's plenty of talent to be had. And I didn't even mention there the BC offensive line coach right now, who's you'd have to think picking himself up a couple of players. Kelly Bates, who was drafted in the fourth round by BC all the way back in 2001. So there's a lot of talent still left on the board here as we continue our way through.
Absolutely. And continue we will. Ottawa had the first pick in the fourth round. They've selected Jacob Scotts. This is the offensive lineman out of McMaster. Marshall, I assume someone that you've been following a little bit. The Saskatchewan Roughriders selected Keon Schaefer, Shaven Baker, the receiver out of Guelph, and Calgary selected Curtis Gray, the linebacker out of Waterloo. So we've got your first three picks. Marshall, of those picks, anything jump out at you?
Yeah, I think Kane Schaefer-Baker is a really interesting one there because it's a body type that is very similar to Justin McInnes, who was a first-round pick last year for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So again, sometimes you draft for position and sometimes you draft for insurance and sometimes you just draft because you like a certain type of body type and you like a certain type of receiver, a certain type of offensive lineman or edge rusher. I think that Kane Schaefer-Baker pick out of Guelph, Dwayne Ford highlighted him as being one of the absolute standouts that you needed to know going into this draft. I think I agree he was underrated. He was somebody who has great length at 6'4", 195. It's amazing that a Mississauga native didn't get taken by the Argos at any point tonight. I actually had him in my last mock draft as being an Argonaut in that territorial selection, but he was amazing at the East-West Bowl last year. He was the standout of the game. I think he had up over 150 some odd yards in that game. So the way that he played in Guelph's offense, I think his production was hurt a little bit, but I do believe that he'll be a really nice fit there for Saskatchewan and be productive as well. As for Jacob Zott, he is a big body again, and I think that it makes sense for Ottawa to go there. He actually had his head coach, Greg Knox, at the time at McMaster. I'm not sure if Knox recruited him, but his head coach was Greg Knox at McMaster, and now Greg Knox is the defensive backs coach with the Red Blacks. So not necessarily a direct side of the ball comparison, but certainly somebody who would have extensive knowledge of Jacob and what he brings to the table. Again, an OUA second-team All-Star, as you see there, and he is someone who I think developed really nicely throughout his career for McMaster and their time making their way through the OUA. And then the last one for you here, I love the way this guy plays. I think that there's a couple of other linebackers that are of a very, very similar style and a very similar kind of disposition when they hit the football field. The big body down the middle, but 6'3", 200, Curtis Gray. I would have been really interested to see how he tested because I think he could have helped himself a lot if he had gone through the National Combine. He might have slipped into maybe the mid-third round, early third round, somewhere in there. But here he is in the fourth. And again, we just showed the fourth round draft steals. He might be looked back upon as one of those draft steals because I think he's going to make an immediate impact on special teams. I like the way that they're building that out with a pick like this in a linebacker spot. And it seems to me like the way that this is trending is you get a lot of your special teams and your special teams depth, of course, coming from linebacker play. It's trended towards the running backs the last couple of years. And I still think we'll see a name like Caden Johnson from the York Lions come off and be an immediate special teams impact. But a linebacker pick like that with Curtis Gray from Waterloo, again, his film similar to what Tyler Chernowski, his Waterloo teammate, put down getting drafted by Hamilton in the third round. I think it speaks for itself, and I think it really draws teams towards him.
All right, Marshall, a couple picks rolling in here. The Edmonton Eskimos select Oludanton Akatepe. I did my best. The defensive back from Guelph. And the Montreal Alouettes selected Brian Herlamana, the linebacker out of the University of Montreal. Marshall, either of those picks stand out at you? A couple of defensive players being selected and heavily, it seems, defensive players coming up the board here.
Yeah, going on a bit of a run for sure, Brody. I think Akatepe, I like just a lot of versatility, a little bit undersized necessarily than what you would want. I think his main challenge is going to be contributing on special teams, which we know is so important for those younger players in the CFL draft. But when I watch him play, I mean, the drive on the football, the quickness, the ability to respond, I think that all of those things stand out. And he probably honestly should have gone a little bit earlier. But again, with the National Combine and playing those one-on-ones that you see against the elite receiver talent, I think he probably would have sent a message because his coverage skills are up there, but it's the size and the special teams. that probably weighed against Ekitepe going a little bit earlier. And I think when you have those things and you can't disprove them with the National Combine, then you end up sliding a little bit. Again, 4th round, 3rd round, 8th round, 1st round, who cares? You're in the CFL, and Ekitepe will be happy to go to that spot. And then the other selection that we had up there that came after Edmonton going with Ekitepe, remind me, it was Brian Haralamina, sorry.
Yes, Haralamina,
coming out from the University of Montreal as a linebacker. He was absolutely the Energizer Bunny for that Carabins defense. He was the heart of it. He was right in the middle. He was the playmaker. When I actually got a chance to call this year on CBC the national semifinal between Acadia and Montreal, which again, this is a reason why people need to be checking in on these playoff games, these national playoff games, and these national regular season games, is that you saw Brian Haralamana going up against Bailey Feltmate, who we already saw drafted by the Hamilton Tiger Cats out of Acadia. They went head-to-head. Montreal blew Acadia's doors off. It ended up being 38-0 in the end, but both those middle linebackers played until the absolute final whistle of that game. And when I was calling it, again, it's a game that's in Wolfville, Nova Scotia, and there's not a lot of excitement in the stands once the score gets a little bit out of hand. It's cold, it's windy, but these guys, every single snap, it didn't matter if it was a little, slant route over the middle or if it was a running back going off tackle. Every single play, it was Feltmate and Haralamana, and they were just play after play after play. Those two guys knew they were laying down CFL-worthy tape that was going to be watched by people who are going to draft them tonight, and they played like it. And so I'm happy to see him come off the board there in Haralamana because, again, it's another Montreal Carabin going to Danny Machocha, and he was very upfront that he wanted to make that a reality, and now it's come to fruition. And I think for Montreal, there's a culture that's being established there, and it's not just Carabin, but it is absolutely players that have come through that system and that type of culture that Danny Machocha wants to give to Kahari Jones moving forward.
Well, Marshall, Calgary Stampeders have also made a pick. They've picked Tyson Middlemost, the receiver out of McMaster. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are on the clock, so we'll be sure to keep you guys posted once they make their pick. Thoughts on Tyson as a Mac guy with him at all?
Yeah, the Mac guys are coming off earlier than I thought. I thought Jacob Zob might have come off, honestly. I thought that he was probably in this 3-4 kind of spot, but I wondered whether or not somebody like a Xander Tuchinski, who's another receiver at McMaster that I think will get drafted at some point tonight, I wonder whether or not he would come off before Middlemost. Middlemost is a great playmaker, honestly. The thing that jumps out to me is if you watch the Yates Cup from this past year where McMaster goes into London and took down the Mustangs, and again, the Dylan Giffins, the Trey Humes, the Chris Merchants of the world, the Jonathan Femi Coles, who I think we're going to pick tonight, Brett Ellerman. It's all these great players on Western, but Tyson Middlemost was the most consistent offensive skill position player, I think, in that Yates Cup back last November. And it's games like that in big moments that certainly help your draft stock moving forward. So Calgary, I'm sure that Dave Dickinson reached out to Steph Patacic, the head coach at McMaster, probably wanted to have a conversation with him, and Coach Patacic would have been very honest, and obviously they liked what they heard or liked what they saw on tape.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders, Marsh, have made their pick. They've picked Junior Allen, the linebacker out of Guelph. Any thoughts on Junior Allen and the Guelph program?
Yeah, to me, this is an interesting pick because it's kind of a depth linebacker pick there for the Riders. We all know what Cameron Judge is bringing to the table. He's arguably the best, if not the best, Canadian linebacker in the game right now, right there with Enoch Bawamba and a couple of others. But I think what Saskatchewan was really trying to accomplish tonight was that they were trying to get themselves an offensive lineman in the first round, which obviously they went out and got with Matt Riley from the University of Saskatchewan, and being able to have Scott Forey coach him meant a lot to their development. But now Saskatchewan turns their attention and says, is there still more offensive line depth to be added? Sure. Can we get it here, or is there somebody else that we think we can get more out of? You're seeing a bit of a run, I think, on these linebackers right now, Brody, whether it's, like I said, Haralamana, or if you're going to end up seeing, the Laval linebacker that went a little bit earlier, and now you get a look at Junior Allen, just a beast on special teams. I honestly think that's what this is. Not that, again, I hate saying this about players that, he's a special teams guy, because there's so much more than that, because they were so much more than that for their youth sports program. But at CFL, the reality is that's how you earn your stripes. That's how you earn the respect of your teammates and your coaches, is just by putting that stuff on film over and over and over again. And so Junior Allen is going to end up getting an opportunity, obviously, to do that with Saskatchewan.
Marsh, the Hamilton Tiger Cats have selected Stavros Katsantonis, the defensive back out of UBC. Winnipeg is now on the clock. Kyle Walters was actually on the Waggle this week. So if you guys haven't had a chance to listen to that, I really recommend you take a listen maybe later in the week. Even though the draft is over, he gives so much good insight into how they prepared this year for the draft and some of the challenges that they face that a lot of other clubs face too. Marsh, you kind of alluded to it earlier about coaches and GMs not person. And with the combine not being able to happen this year due to COVID-19, what Kyle said basically was that he wanted to see whether height, weight, and speed matches up in person, which is of course something all coaches and GMs are looking for. But when you talk about guys that are maybe a little undersized, or maybe they're bigger, but you want to see how they move, that was one of the big challenges he found this year. And he spoke a bit about the interview process as well. You and I talked about that. Have spoken about that leading up to the draft. And he said, we are still able to get stuff out of these guys virtually over Zoom, but it's just different. And we're still looking for the same things. We're still looking for that immense passion for football. And they've been able to do that. But that sort of in-person, how they line up specifically is tough. And he said, they're usually able to knock the bottom third out physically because they just can't compete. When you talk about guys on special teams, for example, they had come in, they started special teams. But yeah, it's just some of the challenges that are really interesting. So, Marsh, here is Stavros for you to touch on. I know you're excited about this pick out of BC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so true what Kyle Walters said there, by the way. That's really how you break down the draft board is can they contend? Can they stick with it? And then who's the elite talent? That's kind of the 1, 2, 3 tier that I think you're working through. But as for Stavros Katsantonis going to Hamilton here, it's an interesting one. Obviously, Tunde Adeleke is the free safety that you have in Hamilton right now. Mike Daly is the backup dynamic on special teams. They just got Courtney Stephen back in free agency from the Calgary Stampeders after he took a 1-year vacation to go west and hang out with the Stamps. But Stavros is an elite playmaker on the football in the air. His ball skills are as good as any defensive back in this draft. Had his draft year deferred because he basically had a tainted supplement last year. I can relate with that because when I was playing in university, I remember our strength and conditioning guys saying, hey, if you have any questions and you don't trust what you're taking, email CCES, send them the VIN number and everything else, the maker, the model, where it was created, and make sure you get it cleared. And I did, and I got back a note from CCES that said, we can't clear anything that comes from this company, from this place. So Stavros has said, yeah, I made a dumb mistake. I didn't vet it. Whatever you put in your body, you're responsible for. Had his draft year deferred by a season, and he believes he's the best defensive back available in this draft. He actually went back home to Bakersfield, California, and was able to get himself an opportunity to be able to learn from the Carr brothers. As you know, David Carr out there, and of course, Derek Carr, currently of the Las Vegas Raiders, an opportunity to learn from them in Bakersfield, work out with them each and every day. Also a high school teammate of Jordan Love, who's now of the Green Bay Packers first-round draft selection, throwing with him all the time. He seems like he really took to heart what football meant to him in the year away, and that's a pretty good value add for a team like Hamilton that already has free safeties and already has players on special teams. This is a little bit of an undersized free safety, but I think he makes up for it by being able to understand the game from a really cerebral level, and I think you'll find that in Hamilton if and when he does touch the field as a free safety. But again, how do you make room for him when you've got Mike Daly there and you've got Tunde Adeleke there? I mean, the starting group on that defense in Hamilton, there's not a lot of wiggle room. They got a lot of starters that are coming back, or names like Larry Dean coming to fill positions and Rico Murray, all the rest.
Marshall, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have just made their pick. It's Brendan O'Leary-Orange, the receiver out of Nevada. I know there was quite a bit of hype about him leading into the draft. I'm surprised he's gone this late into the draft. I wonder if people at home are too. Walk me through this pick.
Yeah, so I thought Winnipeg would go with a receiver at some point. Obviously, the Bombers and Kyle Walters, he was pretty upfront about it. He didn't really have the draft capital to move around the board all that much. But the consensus, I think, on Brendan O'Leary-Orange is two things. Big body, can run very well, extremely talented, catches pretty much everything that you throw at him, and got dinged at Nevada and hurt his chances to be able to really excel and really cement himself at the top end of the draft. And so you can see there 6'4", 205. It's actually kind of interesting. He played his bowl game this past year against Nathan Rourke, who got drafted all the way up at 15th overall. It was Ohio versus Nevada out there in their bowl game to end off their NCAA careers. But he didn't have big production this season. If you really want to look at what he's able to accomplish, you got to go back to 2007 to 2018. But again, there's a lot of guys that get drafted here in the CFL who they have a history, they have production, and they are reliable from when they were put in the right situation and fully healthy. And health plays into this so much that for me, if O'Leary Orange were healthy at Nevada and were able to bounce back from the concussion he suffered, he likely would have posted much bigger numbers. And you'd have to think that Winnipeg is looking around not only just as him as a pass catcher, but also as somebody in the vein of Drew Wolodarski, who's going to get involved a little bit, blocking down the field. And you also, again, we talk about where is your special teams value going to come from. I think that you're going to obviously have a little bit of that come from running backs, a little bit of it come from linebackers. If you can get a 6'4", 205-pound receiver that can run, and I saw Brendan O'Leary Orange clock the other day in around a 4.5 or so in one of his virtual pro day workouts. If you can get that and put that on your special teams, then all of a sudden you've got a body that can move others pretty quickly.
Well, a major congratulations to all of the players selected. We're going to move on to the next round, but first, a short break, and after the break, we'll be joined by Nathan Work for an interview coming up. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I don't really remember. It was a while ago, but it would have been 84. I think I went the 9th pick overall. I was an SFU kid, so I was looking at the BC Lions, obviously. But as soon as I heard my name was Saskatchewan, and back then it was just on the radio. So I was listening to the radio, listening to the picks, and as soon as I heard my name to Saskatchewan, I thought, quick search and research on that team and its history and George and Ron, and I thought, okay, this is going to be quite the ride and experience. So I was pretty excited just to be drafted. All you want is an opportunity to go in and show what you can do, and that's what the draft gives these young guys, and it's a pretty exciting night.
Total Quartz with age resistance technology. Improve protection against mechanical wear by up to 64% to keep your engine younger for longer. Turn your car engine into a tireless athlete. Total Quartz engine oil gives you the performance you need to achieve your goals, whether on the field or on the track. Total Quartz Lubricants, proud partner of the Canadian Football League.
All right, guys, welcome back to the CFL draft. Marshall, what's jumped out at you so far?
I think the fact that we are seeing a bit of a run at certain positions of need. I go back all the way to the first and second round and how crazy that was to see Calgary decide to actively make their way back from that first spot to third, and then to see a little bit of the draft order shaken up there in the first couple of rounds, and have obviously Calgary got the player they still wanted in Isaac Adeyemi-Berglund. BC, they end up getting themselves an elite middle linebacker, I think, in Jordan Williams out of East Carolina. And then Toronto, I mean, at the end of the night, Brody, we're going to need a piece of paper this long to find out exactly how many picks the Argonauts had and who they went with, because it feels like they've loaded up, whether it's Dylan Giffen from Western or Samuel Acheampong coming out of Laurier. I mean, the names go on and on there. So there's a lot of different angles to this, I would say, right now, but we'll find out which teams. Ottawa interests me as well. The idea that they might want to go defensive in their next couple of picks to add on to what they've already had. And if they do, I think they're really going to send a message that Mike Benavides is going to end up kind of having control, full kind of structurally alongside Marcel Desjardins, their GM, of what they want to build on that side of the ball. Because Paul Lapalisse is going to take care of the offense. We know that. He's going to design something beautiful and wonderful, just like he did when he was in Winnipeg as a Grey Cup champion. But on defense, it seems like they've really started to invest.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll see how teams continue to fill those needs as we go along here with young Canadian talent. And we are into the 5th round of the Canadian Football League drafts. Thanks for sticking with us. Again, all the players waiting to hear their names called. Marshall, it's crazy. 614 eligible players tonight. It's an immense amount to prepare for you and for everyone. All of these teams, their scouts, their GMs, and only 73 players' names called tonight, which just goes to show you how monumental this really is for the guys who do hear their name called on draft night. I don't think people realize the pool really is. And so it's really an incredible thing for guys to be selected. We are going to be joined by Nathan Work this round, hopefully, technology permitting. And we'll be sure to keep you posted on that once he joins in. Marshall, we're just waiting. Here we go. We have a few picks to update you on for the 5th round here. First, the Ottawa Red Blacks have selected Terrence Abrams-Webster, the defensive back out of Calgary. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers selected Mark, this is a tricky last name.
Leggio, yeah.
Yes, that's the one, the kicker out of Western. And Matt Guavenmore, the offensive lineman out of Indiana of PA. So there's a couple selections here. And Edmonton with Dante Brown, the kicker out of Fort Hays State. 2 kickers coming off in the 5th round. Marshall, does anything jump out at you? And I know I have a stat here about kickers, so I'll see if I can pull that up quickly while you break down a few of those picks and what those mean for those teams.
Yeah, this is the kicker run that I don't know if anybody saw it coming. It was funny. I put out the first mock draft that had Dante Brown in it, and I had people saying, who the hell is Dante Brown? I was like, well, a big-time Division II punter who's got athleticism to burn and can get downfield, make some tackles for you, but just absolutely crushes the football. And Mark Leggio is the best, I think, all-around kicker that's available in this draft. And so I thought the Tiger Cats would prioritize Leggio because Liram Hairolahu, another Western Mustangs graduate, obviously moving on. That was a major team need, I think, for the Tiger Cats was the kicking game. I'm not sure if they're going to address it here in the draft or if they'd like to address it somehow else. But for Winnipeg, I mean, you've got yourself Justin Medlock. What's the need to have Mark Leggio? I don't know if that's trade bait or if that's just being able to take the best player possible. But so effective throughout his career with the Western Mustangs and well-rounded too. It's so valuable to be able to do kind of all of the different facets of the Canadian game and the kicking, whether it's punting, kicking, kicking off, all the rest. And so the way that he's able to do that, it makes me wonder what Winnipeg's play is there because certainly Dante Brown, more of a punter specialist, but you also do have yourself Leggio who can do a little bit of it all.
So, Marsha, I found my stat about kickers, and it actually works perfectly because it's in relation to quarterbacks. So in the last 20 years, there have only been 10 pivots who have heard their name called on draft night, okay? In the last decade alone, there have been just 4. One of them was Brad Sinopoli, to give you a sense of what that looks like. Now, kickers have actually had a better run than quarterbacks with success in the draft. A few names you might know, Rob Maver, picked 5th in 2010 to Calgary, Brett Lother, 53rd overall to Hamilton, and Tyler Carpina, 40th overall to Calgary. So it just goes to show you kind of how things shake down and the difference in quarterbacks. And I mentioned quarterbacks because Nathan Rourke is going to be joining us shortly. I think he's going to be popping in quickly, who obviously went to the BC Lions in the 2nd round. So super exciting. Nathan, thank you so much for joining us and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It's pretty cool, Nathan, to have yourself go 15th overall. I know when I talked to you not that long ago, the idea of going into the CFL draft, you said, yeah, anywhere I go, it's going to be meaningful to me. But the prioritization of you as a 15th overall pick and a quarterback in the CFL draft, you know what you're about. You know what you can bring to the game, north or south of the border. It doesn't matter. But that has to kind of hit you, does it not? That teams care about you enough and valued you enough to really want to make a move to go and get you in that spot, like BC did.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what's really cool about this is that you were hoping last weekend or in the NFL draft that was going to be shown with a team making either drafting you or taking you as a priority free agent, and that just didn't happen. Obviously here they're making it known by drafting as high as they did, and so it's just a tremendous honor. I'm completely humbled and blessed for that opportunity, and I'm just so excited to get started.
And what a place to get started with Mike Riley at quarterback in BC. Travis Lulay hangs really close to that franchise, a good friend of Mike's and always kind of around there. What does it mean to you to be a BC Lion? And what do you think about heading out to Vancouver after spending so much time down in the States?
Yeah, BC, it's such a cool story because I was actually born in Victoria, and my parents met in BC, and I have a lot of family. My mom's side of the family is all out there, and so we spent a lot of time in BC and have family in the Vancouver, the West Van area, and so I was a BC Lion fan even growing up when I was following the CFL. Watched Travis Lulay when they won the Grey Cup, and it's so cool to have that kind of come full circle and to be able to learn from such a quality person and a great quarterback, someone who's proved himself throughout the years with a long career as Mike Riley, and I'm just so excited to be able to learn from him and play for a great franchise like BC.
Now, going out to BC, there are a lot of people, Nathan, that are extremely excited to be able to have you north of the border and being involved in the Canadian Football League. it's been a little while. I know you've gone from Holy Trinity, we talked about it, in Oakville, to being down in Alabama. You go JUCO in Kansas. You make your way to Ohio. And then you're coming back north of the border to be able to get an opportunity in BC. What is the 2020 version of Canadian quarterback playing the Canadian game, Nathan Rourke, going to look like?
Well, I don't think it's going to be something that's going to happen overnight. That's for sure. I definitely think there will be some time for me to learn, especially the professional game. It's just different than the collegiate game in terms of the speed. The players are more talented. They're faster. They're quicker. They're bigger. But for also the learning curve in terms of relearning the Canadian game. And the offense that I ran in high school, and no shame to Coach Moscato or Coach Raganetti, who ran the offense back at HT. But it's nothing compared to what the CFL is about. So I'm gonna have to learn, but that's why I'm so excited to go to a team like BC with Coach Campbell and Mike Riley there, and to be able to learn from them, and that's so cool, and I'm so excited to get started and to start this process.
Nathan, we spoke a little bit earlier this week about your style of play and you as a quarterback. For Lions fans that are all of a sudden catching up, maybe if they don't know you as a guy on the field, how would you describe your style of play, and what do you plan on bringing to that Lions offense?
Well, like I said, I'm just excited. I'm a guy who loves football. I'm so excited that I'm able to continue to play something that I've enjoyed for such a long time, and I think that hopefully I bring that kind of joy and that kind of passion out into the field. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to help the team win, and I hope to be able to contribute as soon as possible. And I'm a student of the game. I just want to learn, and I know there's going to be a lot of learning ahead, and so I'm looking forward to that.
Speaking of joy, excitement, tell us about your draft night. What's been going on for you? How are you celebrating? I know it's strange times to be celebrating, but we're certainly sending you a huge congrats. What's going on for you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just here with my family. It's been a tough couple of days with the NFL draft, and that was a long couple of days. And this was certainly shorter, so we're very fortunate for that. But I'm just so privileged to be able to spend that time with my family, who's been supportive of me this entire journey, gone to great lengths to be able to help me get to where I want to go. And I couldn't have done it without them, and to be able to share that moment with them is really special to me.
Well, Nathan, thank you again for joining us, and a huge congratulations. Soak up this moment, and we look forward to following your journey in the Canadian Football League.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, Marshall, we're going to continue on with our 5th round picks. While we were chatting with Nathan, a couple more guys coming off the board. The Toronto Argonauts selected Dion Pellerin, the running back out of Waterloo. Then BC selected Cordell Hastings, the receiver out of Acadia. A couple more picks coming in, but David, let's talk about a couple of those guys first.
Yeah, for sure. First thing I want to say is I hope that Nathan Rourke's hat game is strong, because he's going to get an education in it very quickly there from Mike Riley out in
That's
BC.
a good point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I now what I really want to see is Nathan Rourke walk into the first day of training camp when we get there with just a beautiful orange top hat, and just send a message that, yep, I'm here and I'm a BC Lion. I'm excited to be a part of the organization. But I would say that for Dion Pellerin, that's a fun pick that I really do like, because the Toronto Argonauts are building a national backfield of great strength, I would say, at this point, and really specifically at the fullback position, because I don't think you're going to see Dion Pellerin getting a whole lot of carries. But Declan Cross is there as kind of the true starting fullback in that spot. They've also been able to bring in a couple of backup positions at the fullback spot the last couple of years, and I think whether it's Gingra Gagnon that was out there and a couple of others that you have to look forward to seeing what they can create. But Waterloo, I feel for Chris Bertoya at this point, because he's getting a lot of talented players kind of plucked from the Warriors organization that's had so many leaps and bounds forward, that I think that this for the Toronto Argonauts is going to be a fun one. I think Argonauts fans on special teams specifically, but as a really good depth pick in case Declan Cross ever gets banged up, they've got a young, talented player right there in Pellerin that they can develop.
Well, the Saskatchewan Roughriders also made a pick, Marshall. They selected Vincent Dethier, the DB out of McGill, adding a little depth there at the defensive back position. And the Hamilton Tiger Cats selected Joseph Benchy, the defensive lineman out of McMaster.
Yeah, Benchy's a fun one as well. Got a little bit of a size to him. I want to go back for a second to Vincent Dethier, just coming from McGill, because the McGill Redmen program I think, understand that the RCQ right now is run by the Montreals and the Lavals of the world. And, Sherbrooke and Concordia, they take their punches in there and they give some good shots to those monsters. But for me, McGill has struggled in recent years, but they have got a tandem, I think, of some really talented defensive backs, whether it's Benjamin Carey or being able to get out and get themselves Vincent Dethier. I think those two guys were underrated in their play and probably just kind of overshadowed by some of the names that existed in that province and in that conference. But I do think that they deserve certainly lots of credit going in. And then the other one that I want to throw in there at the end here of the 5th round, Brody, is Nicholas Deli, who comes out as a defensive lineman from Saskatchewan going to Winnipeg. The reason I wanted to bring him up is this was the one kind of true disagreement that Dwayne Ford and I had when we were on the media conference call. And I love disagreeing with Dwayne Ford because we agree way too much on all of these things. But I said that I think that Nicholas is probably going to turn into, if he wants to get into the CFL and really stick and have success, I thought, you know what? He might end up being somebody who plays that will linebacker spot potentially, and maybe he gets the movement skills down. And Dwayne Ford said, no, there's absolutely no chance of that. He's a true pass rusher, naturally off the edge. He can get after it. And so I went back and I watched some more of Nicholas's highlight tape and actually one of his games from Canada West. I was wrong. Not surprisingly, Dwayne Ford was absolutely correct. And so when I went back through and watched it, like, this guy is a beast coming off the edge. And I think what Dwayne said to me the other day was, if they can add 15 pounds of muscle to his frame, which is no small ask, but if you can do it, he's got the natural build, that 6'4". He's got the arm length to be able to get a reach advantage off offensive tackles, depending on who he's playing against. Winnipeg getting him here at the end of the 5th round, I mean, that's a pretty nice spot to get a player of that value. That, again, the value there is obviously if he turns into a great player on defense, but immediately on special teams, that's a defensive end who can run. And I think that's where they're going to find the really quick reason to put him on the roster on game day.
Absolutely. Well, Marsh, that wraps the 5th round. We'll be back shortly to kick off the 6th round for you guys as our coverage of the 2020 CFL draft continues.
What's up, everybody? This is Alex Singleton, formerly of the Calgary Stampeders.
This guy plays with great enthusiasm. It doesn't matter where in the game they're at, what the score is, he just flies around and makes plays.
The 2017 Most Outstanding Defensive Player goes to Alex Singleton, Calgary Stampeders.
I was drafted 1st round, pick 6. Man, it was a special day. It meant a lot to me to be picked by, the Calgary Stampeders. And I still remember the day. I was actually at my agent's house and got the call, and still remember the first FaceTime and the first time, getting to meet some faces of the organization that really made my career to what it is today. And just excited for your guys' opportunities to make your own name and start your own career. Take advantage of today and know you got to work harder tomorrow. So good luck, enjoy the journey, and congratulations.
Good times with a twist.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2020 CFL draft. We're just about to enter the 6th round here, Marshall. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about CFL Encore on TSN. This is the Friday night sort of prime time throwback games that TSN has been airing. It's been so much fun to look back. We wanted to give you guys a sense of the schedule. If you haven't watched any of these games, this is a perfect thing to settle in with your quarantine buddy, like make some popcorn, just enjoy. So coming up this Friday, it's the 13th Man Night, guys. I had a chance to talk to Anthony Calvillo about both of these Grey Cups and have him look back on these experiences. There's going to be an interview up on CFL.ca. You can see in the coming weeks what TSN rather has got in store for you. And it's been really fun to kind of look back. You can see the record night with Milt Stegall, G. Roy Simon, Henry Burris night, the Canadian running back. There's tons of great games coming up. And again, kind of jumped ahead here, but Marshall, I really enjoyed it, is having a chance to talk to some of these legends. I don't know when else we would have had the chance to really sit down, and these guys don't have a lot going on like the rest of us, and have a chance to really kind of dive into these games. And so I spoke to Anthony Calvillo about both those games, and I wanted to say I had a chance to talk to Glenn Suter about calling the 13th man game, and it was such a cool experience. So you guys can see both of those interviews cut down together up on CFL.ca this week to leading into that 13th man night.
One of the certainly unintentional, if you want to call it a positive, I guess you can, but one of the unintentional benefits, I think, of us all kind of having this moment of pause as everybody's life is so dramatically changed, Brody, is being able to communicate with people. Like I had a conversation with one of my friends I haven't talked with for a while the other day, and the conversation was about the value of a conversation. And I think that's probably what you've experienced, right? Where there's not a lot of times where you have a chance. I know, Rod Black that calls CFL games for TSN all the time. I caught up with him this morning on my radio show here in Hamilton. And when I did, I said, Roddy, can I steal you for another segment on the other side for 5 minutes after we get the traffic update? He goes, Marsh, I'm not going anywhere. All I want to do is talk to people right now. So I certainly feel like that Calvillo discussion is one of those two that people are going to find the value. And Calvillo is so well thought out and so interesting, and his memory is so exact of everything that he's accomplished in his career. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it was crazy. I obviously threw him some questions. He wasn't prepared, and the amount of detail, the intricacies he would get into about each play is crazy. Well, let's get caught up here with the 6th round. The first pick of the 6th round, Brad Cowan, the linebacker out of Laurier. Marshall, that is, again, the Ottawa Redblacks adding more depth to their defense, obviously a real focus for them. And the Toronto Argonauts adding Samuel Baker, the receiver out of Saskatchewan. Quite a few guys coming out of Saskatchewan as well tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Scott Fleury's team and what they did. It's funny because sometimes you see championship teams or teams that win their conference, almost like the Hardy Cup of, I think it was 2018 when it was the Huskies that came out and were able to go into Calgary and beat the Dinos in advance. They don't necessarily have a big draft year that year because the kids that helped them be able to win that conference championship or a Vanier Cup or whatnot, they end up coming out the next year. I think that's what we're seeing here with Saskatchewan is it's kind of that evolution of that recruiting class that's coming out in this year's 2020 CFL draft class. But yeah, Samuel Baker, talented receiver. I like the Cowan pick as well out of Laurier. And it's really amazing to think that you have got, again, Paul Appelese coming in. I thought they were going to get Paul Appelese some toys, and another Saskatchewan name that I think might be coming down the road as kind of a backup for Anthony Coombs, who they got in free agency from the Tiger Cats, would be Colton Clausen from the U of S. But I do wonder whether or not they're just going to be like the Carolina Panthers were in the NFL draft last weekend and just go all defense all the time because that's what it seems like Ottawa is interested in doing right now. But credit to Marcel Desjardins. If they have a strategy in place and they believe in building national depth right now because they think this is a great national lineup that they have in this year's draft class, then why not attack it? Why not get some marquee players and then some depth players to file in behind them? And certainly Cowan factors in very quickly on special teams like that. Well, for the 49th pick overall, the Montreal Alouettes selected Andrew Becker, the offensive lineman out of Regina. The Edmonton Eskimos followed up with Chris Gangargosa, the offensive lineman out of Wagner. A couple of picks there, and I believe Montreal is on the clock, so we will await their second pick of the 6th round. But Marshall, team needs there, anything jump out at you from Montreal or Edmonton, both taking offensive linemen, again, a position that we always see being added to, especially actually in recent memory, which we can get to at some point with those two picks. Yeah, the thing that jumps out to me here is that for Montreal, they continue to invest in that offensive line, despite the fact that I think it's actually a position of strength for them right now. And that's amazing to me because if you don't know the story of Becker, he's a Regina product, as you said, banged up, didn't play a whole lot this past year, but was great at the East-West Bowl last year, 32 reps on the bench press, and also had an extremely good lower body testing, meaning his vert, his broad jump, some of his shuttle, 3-cone agility scores, all of that. For an offensive lineman to be able to have that, I feel like is amazing. That combination of the size, the power, the speed, all the rest. He probably would have won, if you like that term, the bench press at the CFL National Combine this year if he made his way in there. But I do think that is, again, similar to what we just said with Ottawa, where they continue to invest in players that they think can add some depth on the linebacking core and defensive backfield, like we saw with Abrahams Webster out of Guelph, and then seeing the pick of Brad Cowan from Laurier. I think here we're just seeing Montreal deciding that, you know what, we think this is a great offensive line draft, and we'd like to solidify ourselves for the future because we can dance in future drafts when we have more draft capital, when the Manziel trade is off the books and all the rest after next year, in receivers and defensive backs maybe that are going to be here right away. But this year they've gone O-line. And then for Gangarosa, he was actually Dwayne Ford, I believe, his third highest ranked offensive lineman on his positional board. And he's a Wagner product. He's a real big body. I thought that he might have ended up with a team like the Toronto Argonauts because of the length that he possesses. He's up around, I think, 6'7", 300 or so. But I seriously thought that he was going to end up going to the Argonauts, but they obviously found that size in Dylan Giffen from the Western Mustangs when they decided to draft him. And so Gangarosa was still available, and he ends up making his way here to the Edmonton Eskimos, which, if you think about size and height and length, Matt O'Donnell has been the poster boy for that in the CFL as a national offensive lineman for the last 4, 5, 6 years since coming out of the Queen's Gales program. And they've added in with that with Kyle Saxelid as well in last year's draft out of UNLV. So now Gangarosa basically, again, follows along with that profile of what it means to be an Edmonton Eskimos offensive lineman.
I've always thought of the Edmonton Eskimos O-line as the biggest in the league. I just know from whether it's them rolling off the bus, rolling into a stadium, they always just have a presence that seems genuinely larger than life. Marshall, let's take a look at some of these 6th-round steals as we go further and further down the list here. I mean, we want to remind people the immense level of talent that we have here. Like I said, 614 eligible players, only 73 get selected. So here are some 6th-round picks historically. I mean, Dave Stala, as a Hamilton guy, Marsh, I don't think we need to go much further, but who else jumps out at you from this list?
Yeah, Sticky, that's my dude right there, Dave Stala. But him going as a kicker, by the way, out of St. Mary's, and then making his way onto the roster as a receiver, and of course making his way back to Hamilton. But Brad Smith, everybody knows him, the good-looking man on your television screens now, who came out of the Queen's Gales program as a receiver. But Luc Brodeur-Jourdain, of course, a very effective, long-tenured offensive lineman. Aaron Crawford's still the long snapper, of course, for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Mike Daly in there, the backup right now, free safety and a dominant special teamer. Shane Bergman, great career with the Stampeders. Paul Kozichuk was actually a regional selection a couple of years ago that went into the National Combine and got a chance to perform and make his way to the Alouettes. And then Nick Stats, the big interception on the goal line against the Manitoba Bisons, I believe it was this past year. That's a list of really talented players to get picked here. But Brody, I think our next guest is somebody who got picked significantly higher earlier on this evening.
Yes, we are very pleased to be joined by Travell Pinto. How are you, and congratulations?
I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Big smiles tonight. How are you celebrating? What's going on?
I'm home in not home, sorry. I'm in Vancouver right now. All my family's back home in Toronto, but I'm here with my roommate Trey and his mom. And I was watching video call with my parents as well, so they're able to see it.
Travell, your journey from going through, I remember when I was covering like an OVFL season, and you're with the Metro Toronto Wildcats, and you're shredding dudes. Like, you're breaking records left, right, and center. And I actually remember, I think I was at McMaster playing the day that I read a press release something that said Travell Pinto goes to UBC. And I went, oh, hell, UBC is going to be good. Like, immediately I knew, you're going there, it's going to be good. You go through the ups and the downs. You contribute immediately. You're on a Vanier Cup winning team. And then all of a sudden, the door gets slammed and you have your draft year deferred. And here you are getting drafted very early on in 2020. How much appreciation do you have for that journey right now?
Big appreciation for sure. It's been a long time coming. Very excited, long journey, but it's a lot more to come. It's definitely not the end. Got a lot more in me.
The way that you were able to play at UBC, Dwayne Ford was talking about it when you got drafted earlier on tonight. The way that you were able to get yards after the catch and play with Michael O'Connor and feed off of that offensive system. What was it about you in the time you spent at UBC that you think drew people to you as a player here in the Canadian Football League?
I guess it would be, I would say, like, just my work ethic. We had a good group of guys there with Mike and the coaching staff, all the other players. They put me in a very good position to succeed, and I was just making plays, just doing what I do best. I couldn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. For those that don't know your style of play, haven't had a chance to watch you, what do you bring to the CFL?
I feel I'm a very dynamic playmaker. My game is very well rounded. I'm a good returner. I can make plays on offense. You give me a screen, I'm taking it to the house. I'm a deep threat, intermediate, doesn't matter what it is. I feel like I can do it all, to be honest.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, Marsh, go ahead. Yeah, finish up here.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just going to say, what's your goal as soon as you get back? When we get back to some normalcy here, Trevelyan, you get an opportunity to step onto a football field. Just tell me about the first thing you want to accomplish in a CFL uniform.
First thing, obviously, first win, first touchdown. Definitely trying to win some championships. Trying to make that starting roster. Everything. Sky's the limit for me. I'm just excited.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for joining us. All the best. All right, Marshall. Well, we're going to wrap up the 6th round here. We've got a couple of picks to get through, but I don't want to rush. I want to make sure we give these guys some time. So let's jump back here. The Montreal Alouettes selected Jersey Henry, the running back out of Concordia. The Calgary Stampeders selected Andrew Spalling. Either of those guys and what they bring to those programs?
Yeah, so the first thing I would say about Montreal selecting a running back is that when Ryder Stone decided to retire a couple of years ago, that was probably one of their better kind of depth draft picks that a lot of people, I think, thought it was, again, when we talk about draft steals, somebody that you're just throwing in at the back end of a draft. But Ryder Stone was much more than that when they went through some injuries. He steps away from the game now, and so you end up drafting, I think, probably somebody who can be kind of comparable to that, hopefully in the coming future. But the one that really interests me there, I would say, is Sinet Spalding. And the reason I say that is I don't know what else you have to do to be drafted earlier than the 6th round, because all he did was win the JP Metros Trophy, which is the best down lineman in Canadian university football, to be an RCQ All-Star, 34 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, 7 sacks as well. And you see the body type there, 6 foot, 292, low to the ground, can move people, throw you around. I think, honestly, the one thing that might have been counted against him was just the body, I guess, mechanics of him off the line of scrimmage, and maybe some of the fact that the technician stuff wasn't pinpoint. But who cares when you're getting production like that? Who cares when you can play the game? I thought in a year where the film mattered more than anything else that Andrew Sinet Spalding would be up there. I think I had him going in my last mock draft somewhere around like 18th to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, because I thought Jake Thomas isn't going to play forever, and I thought maybe this would be a natural replacement and somebody you could put next to Steven Richardson, who's an up-and-coming defensive lineman out of the University of Minnesota there as an American player on that D-line going forward. But he ends up falling all the way to the 6th round, and again, what Calgary does is they get themselves a hell of a player in a late round, which is what they seem to always do.
Well, Marsh, I'm just going to go through these last few picks of the 6th round so we can get right caught up with the 7th round. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders selected Jonathan Femi Cole, the running back out of Western. The Hamilton Tiger Cats selected the DB out of UBC. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers selected Kyle Roger, the linebacker out of Ottawa. That concluded the 6th round. We're going to be right back up shortly with your 7th round. We'll see you in a few.
Hey guys, this is Sean Thomas Arlington from the Tiger Cats. I was drafted in 2017, 8th round, 66th pick.
Did you see that from Sean Thomas Arlington? That's the ball. What a play! Leap of faith from Sean Thomas Arlington.
If I had a message for the players that are expecting to be drafted or not at all, is first of all, be prepared, be grateful for the opportunity that is given to you, and make the best of it, no matter when it comes.
In a time when everything has changed and the need has never been greater, our goal remains the same. Let's tackle hunger together. Donate now at tacklehunger.ca.
Welcome back to our continued coverage of the 2020 CFL Draft. You just saw that video there from our partners at Purelator. You guys know all about Purelator Tackle Hunger. This is a program near and dear to the CFL that's been around since on April 27th. This all kicked off a lot sooner. We want you guys to go to tacklehunger.ca. The money raised is going to help support food banks across Canada. Purelator, TSN, RDS, and the 9 teams have moved this program up because of the impact of COVID-19 and the impact it's really having on Canadians living with food insecurity. So if you get a chance, please go over. Thank you so much for helping us tackle hunger. Together, we can make a difference. Marshall, we're back with the 7th round. There have been a couple of picks. I want to get caught up here. So let's kick off with Ottawa's pick, the first pick of the 7th round, and that is Rashawn Davis, defensive lineman out of Ottawa. We also have Nicholas Schumacher, the offensive lineman out of Saskatchewan. But let's go back to Davis here. We've got his board pulled up. 6'3", 250 pounds, out of Oshawa, hometown Oshawa, I should say, not out of Oshawa. He's out of Ottawa. Talk to me about him.
Yeah, I like him. I had him significantly earlier again in my mock draft for all the people that have been bouncing up the draft order. Some others have to bounce down it, and Rashawn Davis was that player. Very, very solid player on the interior. I think as a defensive line, defensive tackle, he could probably be a substitution package guy pretty quickly. I don't think you have to necessarily expect a ton from him on special teams because he's a big enough body that I think his real kind of success is going to come working his way in early in his career as a rotation defensive lineman and a pass rusher. He's pretty responsible against the run. Ottawa's defense had a lot of very talented players. You just saw Kyle Roger get drafted as well. It was a linebacker from the GG's program. So I think you put all those names together and you come to realize why Ottawa had a lot of success and had a lot of wins the last couple of years. But that's a nice one. Then Sumac he's just a big prairie guy. Like that is the draft pick right there. That's a big offensive lineman. And again, we just stopped talking about Chris Gangarosa that came out from Wagner. And what did I say about Matt O'Donnell and length and talent and height and size? Sumac's the same guy. Like he's the exact same person to me that's out there. He's just going to have so much length that, again, when you look at that Eskimos offensive line when they get into training camp, everybody's going to be standing up around 6'7", 6'8", and their hands are going to be all the way down to the side of their thighs, and they've just got the big, long reach, and that seems to be the MO right now for Brock Sunderland, is adding some depth late in the draft across that offensive line because, again, they've got to be but I think that they're looking to upgrade it over time and to develop talent so that if anybody is to retire, be injured otherwise, then you're going to end up finding a name that you like that you can kind of pluck from within your own organization.
Well, Marsh, back-to-back picks from York University. First, the BC Lions selected Caden Johnson, the running back from York, and then Edmonton followed up with Rossini St. John, the defensive line out of York, and then Montreal adding Vincent Alessandri, the slot back out of Concordia. But let's go back to those two York players, starting with Caden Johnson. I saw you nodding your head. Talk to me about Caden Johnson.
I love Caden Johnson.
Tell me why.
To me, yeah, so Wayne Moore is a player that I had a chance to work with at McMaster, and Wayne Moore bounced around. He was drafted by the Montreal Alouettes, I think, in the second round back in 2015 or 16. Wayne went to the Ottawa Red Blacks after the Alouettes released him, and he lands in BC, and he finally finds a role as just an athletic monster. He's a running back, but he can absolutely pound it between the tackles. He got a couple of touches when John White was down or at the back end of the regular season this year. For BC, and when he did touch the football, good things happened. And so when I was thinking about Caden Johnson, honestly, my thought was, okay, ball carrier with a lot of top end speed. The dude runs track. He's extremely, extremely athletic. He's going to be one of the best special teams players in the Canadian Football League within a year or two of being in the CFL. And I don't even hesitate to say that because if he gets the coaching that I think he will in the Canadian Football League with his athleticism, and again, you see it there, that's a running back at 6'3", 220 pounds. Like that's James Wilder type stuff that we're talking about. And you put that as a national on a special team, all of a sudden you've got a 6'3", 220 pound track star that's a punt gunner or that's running down on kickoff. You put that guy on the opposite side of Wayne Moore in BC on your kickoff coverage units, and you've just got an absolute wrecking crew of a specials group there. So I love the way that draft pick fits with what BC is creating on special teams. And then again, maybe they're investing more in the national running back position than we even really know, because does he turn into a fullback? Does he kind of start to work with David Mackey that's there that came out of the Western Mustangs program? It seems like what BC and Ed Hervey are doing the last couple of years is accruing big body backfield talent. And I don't know if that means they're looking at changing the ratio. I didn't think it was necessarily a position of need, but they're creating something there. And again, now we just get to sit back with it and see what they decide to design.
Well, Marshall, teams are certainly moving quickly, so we're doing our best to keep up with these picks really rolling in. Time to fill, and here we are not able to keep up. Montreal with the 60th overall pick selected Vincent Ellis. Oh, I had it before. Vincent Alessandrini, the slot back out of Concordia. Then Calgary selected Kieran Burnham, the kicker, another kicker, Marsh, out of St. FX. And Saskatchewan selected Jesse Lawson, that's a name I can pronounce, the offensive lineman out of Carleton, who I know there was quite a bit of chatter about as well. So again, a kicker, a slot back, an offensive lineman, any of those players, guys, you've been following or really good fits for teams that you think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense?
Yeah, I think with Rob Maver stepping away from the Calgary Stampeders, I wondered what they were going to do. I thought they might go with kicker, punter at some point. If they were going to have a kicker punter come out of the Atlantic Conference, I thought that it might have ended up being Brian Hope from St. Mary's University, but they go to Antigonish here, and they go St. FX and go Kieran Burnham. He's interesting to me because his punting average was so high that it seems like he is a true specialist, and that tells me that what they did with Rene Paredes and Rob Maver, they'd like to kind of create that moving forward again for the extended future. Again, not saying that Kieran Burnham's day one starter, he's going to be punting right away, but he's got the pedigree to be able to do that. And if they would like to have a punt specialist, that means that they are still in the business of looking for the long-term kicking replacement of Rene Paredes when things are all said and done. So that sends a message to me on what they're accomplishing there.
With the 63rd overall pick, the Hamilton Tiger Cats selected kicker J.J. Molson out of UCLA, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers selected Cannon Cadwalder, the linebacker out of Laurier, to wrap up the 7th round. Marshall, any of those players, or sort of an overall look maybe at the 7th round here?
Yeah, I think the 7th round we saw another kicker run, which is interesting here in the late rounds. And there's a lot of them available this year. It's a strange year. Now, I remember a couple of years ago it was basically just Felix Menard-Briere from Montreal who's coming out, and there's been years where it's just been Quinn Van Gelswick coming out from UBC. This year is not that. There's a lot of very talented kickers that are coming out, but I think that Hamilton pick is just to hold the heir to the Molson beer industry money ransom maybe in Hamilton until the Alouettes decide to come calling and end up giving him an opportunity to go back there to Quebec. But J.J. Molson, much hyped, much talked about, of course, UCLA, NCAA pedigree. You see the numbers there. I think Mark Leggio was the better all-around kicker, but it was inevitable that Molson was going to go at some point in the back half of this draft. Slides down to the 7th pick, but that was, seeing Kieran Burnham and J.J. Molson go side by side. I think you'll look back in 5 years and you'll be laughing about that because you won't know until we get there as to who was actually the better pick. But those two names, two very different situations, two very different pedigrees, one from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, one from Montreal by way of UCLA. That's going to be a funny one to look back on, I think, in the future of our history of the CFL draft discussions.
In current CFL kicker Justin Medlock, a UCLA alum and a former Hamilton Tiger Cat.
Yeah,
so there you go. A lot of success coming out of UCLA from the kicker position in the CFL. Interesting stuff. We're going to have the final round of the CFL draft coming up for you guys shortly. Again, if you are behind it all, make sure to go to cfl.ca/draft tracker. You guys can follow along really, really quickly. Marsh, I had spoken to you a little bit earlier about that percentage of offensive linemen and defensive linemen, and I came across this in my research this week. So of the offensive linemen, 215 have been selected all time since 2005. That's 24.7% of the draft. And defensive linemen, 18.9. Just goes to show you the enormous amount of linemen that are selected and the amount of Canadian talent at those positions. We've seen a lot of linemen come off the board. Again, no surprise there. But I just thought that was kind of interesting in my research this week.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's a trend that I've been tracking in the last couple of years, whether or not the defensive line is starting to become the new offensive line, because we used to look at the first round and you would have at least 2/3 of the first round consistently be offensive line. Now that still happens. You still end up having those big pass blockers that are a big part. But what did we see tonight? two of the first three picks were actually defenders. But you get Jordan Williams first overall and Isaac Adeyemi Berglund at third overall. And then Mason Bennett, as a defensive lineman from North Dakota, ends up going eighth overall as well. And you start to realize like what we are producing as talent right now as Canadian football players. It's bigger, stronger, faster. And it's not just offensive linemen that are being put in and told, well, you don't have to be that good at moving. No, the offensive line that you're producing by and large are getting better with their movement skills. You're also seeing, I think, these bigger bodies that move better at defensive end, where they're no longer just the defensive tackles that are holding up two bodies on a double team. You're seeing edge rushers that are getting taken in the CFL draft year over year, from Nate Anderson and Bo Banner going in recent years to the Montreal Alouettes, and now having Mason Bennett come off the board and Adeyemi Berglund tonight. I think that it's a trend that's developing there in terms of not just the position that's taken, but the type of player that's being taken and what they're becoming. Because once they end up getting into a franchise, they are becoming really marquee players.
All right, well, we will be back with the 8th and final round of the CFL draft. Stick with us.
Good times with a twist.
Enoch Mwamba, fourth-year linebacker, St. Francis Xavier.
With the first overall pick in the 2011 CFL Canadian Draft, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers select Enoch Mwamba, linebacker from St. FX University. Congratulations.
No kidding! I'm Enoch Mwamba, linebacker for the Montreal Alouettes, and I was drafted in the first round, first pick, by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the 2011 CFL Draft.
It's very difficult to find a Canadian linebacker who can do the things that Enoch Mwamba can do. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers have got themselves a rare specimen.
The Winnipeg Blue Bombers had already expressed their desire to draft me first overall, so I kind of had an idea and I already knew that I would be going first overall. And so for me, it wasn't about anxiety, it wasn't about, being nervous as much as it was, I had to keep it a secret. I couldn't tell people, I couldn't tell a lot of friends, I couldn't really tell even the media when I was being asked about the other teams that were also interested. And so for me, though, it was a special time because I got to spend it with my family. We all went down to Winnipeg, and I remember vividly being in our hotel suite the night before and finally driving over to the Winnipeg facility the next day and celebrating and finally making the announcement official. It was like a breath of fresh air, and we finally got to meet the staff and the coaching staff as well, and I was extremely excited. And so I know it's a special time and it's an exciting time. All the best to all the prospects.
Good times with a twist.
All right, guys, welcome back to the 2020 CFL Draft. We've got the 8th and final round for you coming up. Marshall, I know it's the last round of the draft, but we have to talk about the fact that often the guys that go in the last round, there's still so much value. So let's take a look at some
There's always a lot of value, I think, when you get to the back end here. I think the one that jumps out that everybody knows because he is so visible in everything that he does these days for the Montreal Alouettes is DJ Lalama, of course, coming out of the Manitoba Bisons program. Then you've got Sean Thomas Erlington. How he got to the 8th round, none of us will ever. I'll never understand. I think if he can stay healthy, if he would have stayed healthy last year, he would have had another monster year. I'd love to see what a full season of healthy Sean Thomas Erlington looks like. I think everybody in the CFL would, regardless of where you live. Mark Mackey, D lineman at Edmonton, contributing on special teams. Richardson Danny's been good for the Stampeders. Jamel Lyles is going to be a really, really good football player. And again, we just saw Caden Johnson drafted to the BC Lions alongside Wayne Moore. Again, more of that national backfield flavor for the Lions. And then what you see here, I think last year was a historic year for those 8th round picks because Kerfala Exame, coming out of the Montreal Caravans program, goes out and just racks up a ton of special teams tackles for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in his rookie year. And Colton Hunchak, drafted as Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick last season in the 2019 CFL draft, ends up going out and becoming the second most productive rookie receiver over Justin McInnis and Braden Lennius and all the guys that were taken in the first couple of rounds. It was Colton Hunchak that was drafted 73rd that actually really made an impact next to Herji Mayala in Calgary. So whether that speaks to the system or otherwise, I'm not sure, but that's a really good player that came out from York, and I think that we'll find out who the steals are this year right now in the 8th round.
Totally. And you guys can see on the board here, I think a steal perhaps for Ottawa, picking Kettle Essay out of Laval. Marshall, I know in preparing for the draft, there was a lot of talk about this offensive lineman, another big offensive lineman out of Laval, a program that has had so much success. So let's talk a little bit about that need there, and also about Essay as a player.
Yeah, I'd love to give you the reasoning on this, but I have absolutely no clue as to why he fell this way. So I'm sure that it will come out and we'll get a better understanding whether that's an NFL opportunity that it has arisen or something else. But 6'7", 300, and I mean, his game tape I thought was spectacular. And the reason that you know that this is a strange one is that even if you know that somebody's game tape is loved by one team and not loved by another, a player of that size coming from that program, that caliber of athlete, is going to fall maybe to the 3rd, maximum 4th round. But here we are in the 8th, and Ottawa picks him up. Obviously, whatever's going on there, the value was too great for the Ottawa Redblacks to not invest in that point. They finally go offense in this draft. Right. It seems like they've been defense the whole time, but they do pick him up there. And so I'll be interested to see what the future holds for Kettle Essay, because he is a really, really talented player that I would love to see playing in the Canadian Football League. And if they get a Canadian tackle out of it, then who knows? Ottawa might be 5 across the board Canadian offensive lineman protecting Nick Arbuckle in the near future. But the next pick that they had there that I want to squeeze in is Brock Allenlock. And the reason I got to squeeze this in, Brody, is because one of my favorite players, if you and I were working the combine together this year, I would have been gushing about this guy, I believe, in the pass rush one-on-ones. You remember when we were in Regina for CFL week a couple of years ago, and it was Evan Foster from the Manitoba Bisons that I called like the Tasmanian Devil, and he was just like, he was all over the place and spin moves and athleticism, and Brock Allenlock's got a little bit of crazy in him, and I like that. I like that in my special teams player, and I like the way that he approaches the game. A very similar player from the same program there, the Manitoba Bisons on the D-line. Very productive player as well. He doesn't really get to the quarterback that much with the sacks, but the disruptive nature in the way that he plays the game, if nothing else, it's an immediate addition to special teams. But I do think that he's going to end up having an impact on defense in the near future, because similar to Nicholas Daly, he's a bit of a tweener in terms of the body type, not necessarily a big monster natural defensive end like a Mason Bennett, 8th overall to the Ticats, but he's got that frame where if he puts a little bit of weight on and he uses all the energy that he has in his game right now at the CFL level, he will be productive and he will get an opportunity.
Well, Marsha, a couple more picks coming in here. The BC Lions selected Damian Jamison, the linebacker from York, another player from York coming 7th and 8th rounds here, as well as the Edmonton Eskimos. My goodness, we're getting late here. Selecting Mitch Rapper, the running back out of Carleton. Either of those names jump out at you or fits for those programs in terms of a linebacker being added to BC, and then we can move on to our final few picks here.
Yeah, I think the Edmonton one as a running back is interesting to me because Alex Taylor from the Western Mustangs went to the Edmonton Eskimos a couple of years ago, and so again, that to me is a depth selection, and I don't want to say insurance because you never really want to, put that tab on a player that's ahead of him on a depth chart. But I think the Alex Taylor move, when he was in the preseason in the last couple of years, he's looked really good. I think he's looked very, very effective. But once you get to the point where you have a really effective starter, you have to start backfilling a little bit with depth selections and being able to develop that talent at the same position so that you have the opportunity, if somebody gets nicked up in a game, to immediately kind of backfill. And so for me, I look at that as being a selection that they've made in Edmonton as a dedication to Alex Taylor might be a good player for them in the relatively near future. Obviously, they're going to end up going with Shaq Cooper as the starter, but there's no shame on a depth chart of having Shaq Cooper backed up by an Alex Taylor. And if at any point someone gets nicked up, you've got some development coming from the back end of the roster.
All right, well, we've got a couple more picks here before we move on to round this out. We've got Colton Klassen, who was selected by the Montreal Alouettes. This is the running back from Saskatchewan, another player coming from the University of Saskatchewan, as well as Michael Asabuo, the defensive back out of Concordia, who was selected by the Calgary Stampeders. Marshall, more Sask chatter here, but any thoughts on those two guys?
They deserve it. I mean, Sask has built something really great right now with Scott Flory. But for me, Colton Klassen, I love when there's a player who, whether it's a defender who is typically a middle linebacker that now is flexing down to a will linebacker or a defensive end, if it's a player that is typically a wide side wide receiver who's becoming a slot back. I love multiplicity, and I love having the ability to be able to bounce around and find your fit, because you have to be multiple. And the more you can do, as they always say in the CFL, the more likely you are to have a job and to be successful. And so Colton Klassen's a running back by trade, but he's kind of a slot back, but he's kind of an H-back, but he's also kind of a special teamer. And I just feel like, for me, Brock Gowanlock was kind of that player on defense, and Colton Klassen is that player on offense that I cheer for them, because I love the way they play the game, and I love how available they are for coaching and learning and being adaptable to different offenses. Colton Klassen, I thought he was a running back because I had seen his statistics a couple of years ago. I see him at the East West Bowl last year, and in the game in the first quarter, I think it was, he catches a corner ball, and he caught it like a receiver. Like, he caught it over his shoulder, tracking the football, really nice route, straightened up on the defensive back, flipped his hips, and then broke out to the corner. Montreal got a really, really nice player there. Again, where is his fit in that offense? I'm not sure. Time will tell, but they own his rights now. They get to bring him into a training camp and figure out what they want to do. And that Kahari Jones, when armed with creative multiple players and unique skill sets, is going to do something interesting with them. So again, the East is really shaping up in a fun way now when you go. Kahari Jones having that design, Paul Appolise working his magic, of course, in Ottawa, and now is the new head coach there. And in Hamilton, you've got all the movings and shakings going on with Tommy Condell leading their offense in Toronto as well, with Stephen McAdoo coming in, a bit of a ground and pound attack coming based on what they've done with their O-line and running backs in the last little while. So I think that pick speaks to more kind of the shape of the East and the way things are trending for certain teams more than anything else.
Yeah, and a final quick note on the University of Saskatchewan. Since 2005, they have had 26 players drafted. To give you a bit of 2005, 57. McMaster has had 33. So just gives you a sense of the program. And actually, in 2018, they didn't have any. So just goes to show you what they're building there. Now let's continue on, Marsh, with the final few picks of the CFL draft. The Saskatchewan Roughriders selected Neville Gallimore, the defensive lineman from Oklahoma, someone that's been talked quite a bit about. And we'll keep you guys posted for these last couple picks. I'm sure this is so nerve-wracking for everyone watching at home, but we're so glad you stuck with us up until this point. Marshall, again, any kind of overview on this 8th round or Neville Gallimore?
That is a classic Saskatchewan Roughriders selection where
yes, it is.
We got what we need. We are happy to have the picks that we have. Let's take the name that, if it ever shows up, we are going to blow people's doors off by having this superhuman in the middle of our defense. It's the same thing that they did with Anthony Auclair, the tight end that came out from the Laval Rouge et Or program. His brother Adam, of course, drafted tonight by Ottawa with the 6th overall selection. But I feel like they hope they could get Auclair. He still hasn't shown up. If he ever does, game changer. They hope they can get Gallimore. If he ever shows up, great. If not, it was worth the shot. Honestly, at this point in the draft, you would rather have his rights than bring in somebody like last year. I believe they brought in Chris Judge, the brother of Cameron, and he came in and he had an injury early in training camp and ended up getting bounced out, and his football career basically wrapped at that point after spending a couple years out of football. Would you rather do that? Would you rather draft somebody who the Dallas Cowboys thought was worthy of a 2nd-round selection? I think Neville Gallimore in that spot to Saskatchewan, that is prototypical Saskatchewan Roughriders, because that town, Regina, would be so abuzz if Neville Gallimore ever made his way to the Canadian Football League now that they own his rights.
All right, Marshall, we've got the final 2 picks of the CFL draft. Tom Schnitzler, the long snapper out of the University of British Columbia. He was selected by the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and the final pick of 20, Kambamba, the defensive back out of Western, who I actually had a chance to speak to a couple weeks ago. Great guy, real passion for the game, and doing good in his community as well. So I really enjoyed my chat with him. Either of those names, or again of the 8th round, before we wrap up here.
Yeah, I'm sitting inside the TSN 1150 studio, and Kyle Mello, who is my co-host in the morning, is working the board with us here as we're simulcasting CFL.ca. I just looked over about 90 seconds ago, and he fist pumped as he's sitting next to me here in studio, because he told me coming in the draft, Bleska is my guy. He has to get drafted. So Kyle was celebrating next to me here, but he is very talented, able to go up and get the football, play it high in the air. So Kyle is happy about that draft pick. But the other one there, the draft pick of the long snapper from UBC going out to the Hamilton Tiger Cats, Aaron Crawford. Of course, we listed him earlier as, I believe, a 5th-round draft steal, might have been 6th round, coming out from St. Mary's back in 2012, 13, somewhere in there. And the Tiger Cats, just again, a depth selection, smart in the 8th round to secure your future. They've also got Gordon White, who's a St. FX linebacker who's worked a little bit in the long snapping with the Tiger Cats, but he was a draft pick for them in the mid to late rounds last year. But yeah, Tom Schnitzler ends up going there and finding an opportunity now to get a CFL chance. And for everybody who has not been selected through 73, the dream is not dead. Yes, Blaska Cabana gets to be like Colton Hunchak was last year as Mr. Irrelevant, the last draft pick, whatever. There's still plenty of opportunities out there for people to be able to live out their dream in the Canadian Football League. It never gets old saying that because it's never a lie. And I just wanted to get that out there, Brody, because there's so many good football players. When I did my mock draft for CFL.ca earlier this week, I listed 100 players and then I fit them into 73 slots. Well, I was angry at myself that I couldn't fit in about 15 different players. There's about 15 players I put in my mock draft who didn't make it in to tonight's actual draft. And I think that just goes to speak to the fact that of those 614 names, there's at least 150, 200 guys that are absolutely worthy of getting a shot in this league. And it's tough right now, not being in the gyms that you're used to going to, the fields you're used to working out in, but find a way to keep chasing your dream because it's certainly a possibility.
Certainly, Martian, and like such an important message after all of this. So much talent in Canadian football across this country, guys that go down south to play. So yeah, and what a successful draft night. So I know there's going to be tons on CFL.ca wrapping up the 2020 CFL draft and giving lots of context and diving deep into some of these picks. But Marshall, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the highlights, best draft, kind of the team that you think walked away with some of the best picks or some interesting takeaways. I mean, I know we kind of talked about it as they went along, but bringing it all the way back even to the first 2 rounds, what are your big takeaways from the 2020 draft?
Yeah, I would say the thing I always look for when I'm recapping a draft is to find a team that was able to get a position of need and in a situation where they said, we've targeted this player, we want them, let's go get them. They target them and they acquire them as high as they need to in order to get that done. I really love what the Toronto Argonauts did tonight. And I think it's because they had the sheer volume of selections available to them, but to be able to go out and get themselves a really, really good player in Dejon Brissett, I think that's going to be a game changer for them moving forward. They added size on their offensive line, and I think they added to their special team significantly tonight as well. I also love what Ottawa did. We joked about it throughout the evening, but Benavides, the floor is yours, my man. I mean, he's got a lot of different things to be able to use in this draft class, I think, and namely at number 6, they go out and they get Adam Auclair from Laval. I can't wait to see how they employ him once we get the season going, and I love the idea of getting something tangible in Auclair and then getting a bit of a futures pick necessarily in Michael Hoyt coming out from Brown as a defensive lineman because he feels like Brent Johnson to me. I've said it over and over on CFL.ca, but that could be a 10-year veteran who is just an absolute monster for you. So Ottawa, great draft pick. I love what BC did, and part of that is because I'm biased and I love Canadian quarterbacks, and I love that Nathan Rourke is the BC Lion with Mike Riley, but I also love the fact they were so aggressive early on in this draft. They went out and they found themselves the opportunity to trade up to get a linebacker that immediately is going to be a force in the Canadian Football League and Jordan Williams out of East Carolina. You do that, and then you add in a receiver here or there, a little bit of special teams. You get a freaky special team running back in Caden Johnson late in the draft. I think that's great. And then Hamilton would be the last one that I mentioned, just because I think Tyler Ternowski coming in, being able to get Mason Bennett, who's probably going to play at the DN spot opposite of Jaguar Davis. They'll probably work in tandem alongside Julian Hauser in that spot. For me, that's a pretty good fit to get those two players, not to mention Coulter Woodmansey as an offensive lineman out of Guelph. That's a really good fit depending on how they want to structure their ratio and their O-line. Now they've lost Riker Matthews. Maybe Jesse Gibbon pipes in at right tackle. Maybe they kick Van Zyl to the left. They can bring in Woodmansey as a backup to a Darius Sirocco or a Brandon Revenberg, something like that, develop a center for the future. There's a lot of smart moves that were made by a lot of smart people, I would say, tonight across the league.
Again, I'm putting you on the spot, but is there something that shocked you, a big surprise, whether it was someone that went way earlier than you expected, a team that took an approach that just was a huge surprise? What stood out to you tonight from just a kind of a shock and awe perspective?
Yeah, I would say there were two things that really, truly shocked me. The first was Katelase falling from Laval, because I don't think a lot of us saw that coming. And again, that's, I'm sure, something that will kind of shake out and everybody will find out what the reasoning behind it was. But for me, that's a really good offensive lineman with a ton of talent and a lot of opportunity in the CFL moving forward. Again, Ottawa might have gotten the steal of the entire draft. I mean, if Neville Gallimore never shows up at the CFL, maybe Ottawa here in the 8th round with the first pick ends up getting something that people are talking about for a long time of how did that guy fall to that spot and they got him at that value. The other thing that jumped out to me was, I believe it was Edmonton that took Alain Payet, who came from the Czech Republic, and he was up at the 13th overall selection. I was so intrigued by that because that guy could qualify for global player status in this generation of CFL 2.0. He got national status because his dad had been living and working in Ottawa for 15 years. He played in the Czech Republic, had an opportunity to play 1 year of OUA football for the Ottawa GGs program, excelled, was on the all OUA rookie team, and then basically sits out 2018-2019 because he only had 1 year of eligibility while getting a master's degree when he came over for his education. Free agent, doesn't get picked up, is a late addition to the CFL draft, and then 13th overall. Like that to me, if you want somebody 13th overall, that guy should have been picked up as a free agent when he was available for anybody across the league to go and get him. So I'm intrigued by the way that he jumped up the draft order late. And then I think the way that we will view a lot of these draft picks from the kicking game would be the last thing I'd mention that kind of shocked me is you always laughed. I always do when I go back through the draft history and you see players from the past and where they were taken and guys that were taken 15 picks later or 30 picks earlier. And you shake it out and you go, well, why? I mean, everything's hindsight 2020. You go, why would they do that? I think the kicking game, there's one or two really good kickers that should be able to have success. Mark Leggio going to Winnipeg. I know Bob Cameron and my buddy Troy Westwood are celebrating tonight. They've got a new kicker coming in that'll be a part of the Blue Bombers program there. But that kicking, kind of how it'll shake out over the next 5 years or so, that's something worth keeping an eye on after tonight's draft.
Well, Marshall, first of all, I cannot thank you enough for your work tonight. You are an absolute encyclopedia. You are a treasure to us. So thank you so much for your work on all of this. I can't emphasize this enough, guys. There are 614 eligible players. The amount of work that goes into this for someone like Marshall doing mock drafts and stuff is absolutely incredible. Guys, make sure you subscribe to The Waggle. Next week, we've got a wrap-up episode with Dwayne Ford. Make sure to subscribe to that to check that out. And head to CFL.ca. There's going to be lots of insights and analysis breaking down the 2020 draft. A huge thanks to all of you for tuning in tonight. We hope you stay safe, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks, Marsh, and congratulations to all of the 2020 CFL draft class.